What's going on, guys? Meteorologist Jonathan Kegges back with you. We are coming at you live on clickorlando.com. Of course, on the Just Weather YouTube page and the News 6 YouTube page. So there's a lot of ways to watch us today. We're going to bring you coverage of this historic, nothing short of historic winter storm that is sweeping across the South right now. Absolutely inundated with some heavy snow. Throughout this live stream, you will be seeing live video coming in from the WeatherStem network of cameras. So my thanks to WeatherStem for our use, for letting us use their vast network of weather data and weather cameras that they have all throughout the Deep South. So above my head there, hard to believe, that is a live look in Mobile, Alabama. And below me, that is a live look just outside of New Orleans, Louisiana, as the snow is coming down hard. Records across the Gulf Coast are going to be threatened. We've already broken a record with a blizzard warning being issued for Houston and areas to the south and west of New Orleans. The first ever blizzard warning for the Gulf Coast. Absolutely insane here. We're going to get the comments fired up. So if you're watching, obviously then you can hear me. Post in the comments where you're tuning in from. If you have any kind of snow updates, if you've measured recently, I would love to know about that. Post that in the comments as well. And if you want to hang out with us, not only for today, but as we talk about the weather all the time, if you have found this stream, or if you find this stream and this weather conversation that we have nice and interesting and all of the above, hit that subscribe button. We would love to have you on board, join the team, and become part of the best weather community on YouTube. By the way, the radar images that you are seeing are the best on the digital platform, the best on YouTube. We have the subscription with one of the best radar company in the land, and nobody else that is streaming does. So that's going to be a bonus for us as we really get inside of these bigger snow bands that are working their way through parts of the Deep South, the Gulf Coast. Just wild. All right, post in the comments. Let me fire that up here. Of course, we're looking at the radar right now. The darker the blue, the heavier the snow. The pink represents that mix color. And just give me 1 second. I can't walk and chew gum, so I'm going to load up the comments as we speak here. So keep them coming. I would love to know where you are tuning in from this afternoon. Or this I guess afternoon now. It is 12 o'clock Eastern, still in the morning for our friends that are getting pounded in Louisiana and parts of Mississippi. That heavy snow now starting to work its way into Gulfport. And bear with me, I'm just signing in and signing out of the YouTube account for the comments so that we can add some interactivity to this as well. So bear with me again. Post in the comments where you are tuning in from, and we're going to get this thing on the road. I'm going to bring up another camera for you. This is going to be a live look, if you can still hear me, in downtown New Orleans. This is just wild. I mean, I know it's happened before. It'll probably happen again, but it's still just crazy to see this. Hey, Tunnel Hill, what's going on? All right, just gotta almost there, guys, to get the comments over. This is going to be a live look. That is from downtown New Orleans. That is right in downtown. This is going to be at one of the fire engine stations, Engine 16, Central City. If anybody watching from that area, if you know where that is, look how big the flakes are too. A lot of times in the South, you get those crummy flakes. We call them needles or plates. That's the kind of ice crystal that we have. We are seeing dendrites, and those are any kind of snowflake that you would see like in a painting that have like the 6 sides. Those are called dendrites. And when we have those, that really helps the snowfall accumulation become much more efficient. I don't know why this isn't working. I might just have to read the comments today rather than show them. But nonetheless, keep them coming. So Tunnel Hill, Georgia, that's going to be a little too far to the north. I wasn't sure where Tunnel Hill was, so I want to pull that up. That is going to be in North Georgia. I don't think we're going to be impacted by the snow anyway. At least certainly not the main event to this winter storm. We're going to bring back some of the live looks here. Again, bottom is going to be New Orleans. That is a live look. You can see some of those flakes flying. And then above my head is Mobile, Alabama. Right now we're working out of the New Orleans radar. And again, where you see the bright blue, that is where we have snow coming down at a very, very good clip. I'm going to bring up the actual radar out of New Orleans, and I think, let's see here. Oh yeah. Okay, so all of this, let me bring out my trusty telestrator here. All of this area, if it's going to play ball with me, all of this around north of Laplace, where you see that darker blue, that's where we have snow rates around 1 inch per hour. Certainly closer to, I mean, look how far south. That is at least 1 inch of snow per hour, if not even more. Okay, question on the New 6 page. What time will it start snowing in Panama City Beach? Let me go to the Panama City radar. We have that loaded up so that we can get the high definition look, and it is going to be very, very close. So here we are in Panama City Beach. The snow is just coming into Milton, Florida. By the way, Milton currently holds the snowfall record for Florida. It currently stands at 4 inches. That's the most snow ever from one storm in the state of Florida. I think there's a really, really good chance we break the state record today, as we have widespread forecasts of at least 3 to 6 inches, maybe 4 to 8 inches. I'm going to show you, since we have that direct question here, of the timeline, and then we'll take a look at some of those totals, or the expected total. I'm using the high resolution rapid refresh model. This model does a very, very good job once the event has begun to kind of forecast this out further. So we're pretty much right where we stand right now. And it's about, I think it's right on cue, really, with the timeline starting to enter in, maybe a half hour off. But I mean, that is fantastic stuff. Let's take this out a little further into the future for our friend in Panama City Beach. And that's going to be said cool 279. Take you a little closer to see if Panama City will pop up on the map. That's 2 o'clock. So I would say within the next 2 hours, you might have some light rain, maybe some sleet pellets, and then we get into that heavy snow. And there you see it there. It is snowing extremely heavy by 4 or 5 o'clock. Again, this is where you do not want to be on the roads. Obviously, we do not handle snow well in the South because we just don't get it enough to have those big trucks like they do in the North, the salt like they do in the North, to clean things up a little bit. I would definitely not be out anywhere that there's the winter storm warning in place. It's going to be wild because we could literally have inches of snow on the road. It's still snowing 8 o'clock this evening, 9 o'clock this evening, 10 o'clock, maybe by midnight wrapping up. But then look at what we have going on here. Lake City to Live Oak to Perry, Tallahassee, Valdosta. Just insane stuff. And I mean, I know, and that was one comment I got on the YouTube video that I did yesterday. It snowed before. What are you talking about? Yeah, it snowed before, but again, we might eclipse 4 inches, maybe not just in one spot, maybe in several. That is very, very heavy snow coming through. The HER, as it's known, the high resolution rapid refresh, does get snow into Jacksonville. So this is going to be kind of the interesting point here. If we can get the cold air to hang on long enough and deep enough to get snow for an extended period of time. The record, by the way, in Jacksonville for a snowstorm is 1.9 inches. If the HER is right, and we zap that cold air all the way down to the surface for an extended period of time, we're talking about breaking that record in Jacksonville and the Pensacola record of 3 inches. Like, Again, this is nuts. This is nuts. Um, we're more used to having hurricane days in school, but a lot of North Florida has snow days, as well as Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Texas. By the way, Texas, we have a live look as well. We'll get you to that when we take a break coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll take a very, very short break. But right now, we have heavy, heavy snow. The heaviest right around Mobile, Alabama, I think. I know, I know. The comment here on the New Six page, drag the mouse a little harder so that we get some snow in Orlando. I personally would love to see it. I don't think it's going to come as far south. So, what we have going on here in Central Florida, from St. Augustine back to maybe Ocala and Bellevue, the opportunity for some sleet pellets or some ice pellets known as sleet, and then maybe from Flagler County. So, really, Palm Coast to Bellevue, that's going to be the cutoff line to maybe at the very end of this, between like 4 a.m. and 9 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday morning. That's when Central Florida will have the opportunity for some wintry precip. By the way, for Marion County, Florida, we do have a winter weather advisory in play. That's the first time that we've had, at least the National Weather Service in Jacksonville has issued a winter weather advisory in 7 years. So more than like 2,500 days. I have that number somewhere. Let's see. 2,500 days. So we're gonna do something cool. Let me bring this back over. This is the Iowa State page, and they have a great kind of look here. So right now I have the winter weather advisory criteria per National Weather Service offices, and you see there in North Florida 2,572. That's the days since they last issued a winter weather advisory. Watch this though. This is crazy. Okay, we're gonna go to Blizzard and we're gonna make the plot, and it is gonna load. Okay, so we're gonna wait for. Oh, because there is no blizzard advisory. I got to change that to warning. This is what happens when you do things in real time. Look at that. Okay. Where you see colors and numbers, that is how many days since that particular National Weather Service office issued a blizzard warning. Okay? Hold that thought. Hold that thought. I'm going to pull up another graphic here because this is what we're going to show in just 1 second. I'm just updating the graphic. This are all of the winter storm alerts. So there's the winter storm warning in pink, okay? Winter weather advisory in purple. Crazy enough, right? Look at this, though. Look at this. Blizzard warning. The first time ever a blizzard warning has been issued along the North Gulf Coast. The National Weather Service has been around for, what, 100 years, give or take? And that's the first time a blizzard warning has been issued just northeast of Houston. That is right along the ocean, right along the Gulf there. Just crazy. Okay, front desk on the Just Weather page says, "Hey, Daniel Schwartz, great to see you too, my friend. It's been a while." Abundant Universe remembers in from Tampa. Remember, it snowed in 82. Just wild stuff here. Okay, so we've got a lot of questions about how much, especially from a Florida perspective. And I'm going to try to save my voice. We're going to go for a while. Meteorologist David Nazarrio is going to take over in a few hours. We're going to have at least live coverage for you on Just Weather and on the clickorlando.com YouTube page, at least through 7 o'clock. And then we'll be back on here at 10, but we'll likely have something in between as well. So let's take a look at some snowfall totals. Now, this is going to be the straight up model data. This is going to be the HRRR, the high resolution rapid refresh. The one thing to be note here, it might be a little hot and those numbers becoming a little high because of the fact that, excuse me, my voice is already going to crap. A lot of times the modeling is using a 10-to-1 rain to snow ratio. We're probably going to be a little bit lower than that. There's a super high moisture content in this snow, as you might imagine, with the water source, the Gulf being right there. Nonetheless, I think from Panama City, 3 to 6 inches of snow. Pensacola, 4 to 8 inches of snow. Tallahassee, 4 to 8 inches of snow. And it's in this area, right from north of Apalachicola, north of Port St. Joe, southwest of Tallahassee, back to Milton and Pensacola. It's in that range right there, especially closer to I-10, maybe just south of I-10. That's where I think the snowfall record is going to fall today. I think we break it. It's wild how long and how heavy this snow is. It's going to be nuts. So Virginia Inez on the Just Weather page, great point. She says, don't just go out there and say, I got this, big mistake. Just be smart. Remember, if you're a transplant from the north, okay, if you are a transplant from the north and you are used to driving in the snow, this is going to be way different than anything you encountered because at least the roads get touched. There's no pre-treatment here. There is no salt being put down to help. I know trucks came in to help with this from the north. But still, it's going to take a little while longer. I want you to think of like Atlanta back in 2013, 2014. If anybody remembers that, help me out. Post that in the comments, post that in the chat. When like it looked apocalyptic, the road was covered in ice, sleet, and snow, and there wasn't even very much of it. And then the interstates were at a standstill. It could look a little bit like that along I-10 and the secondary roads, especially tonight. There is no doubt that the secondary roads are likely not going to be touched because, again, they have this help coming in from the north. They're not going to, I don't want to say waste it, but they have to keep the interstates free and the main roads free, emergency routes free as best as possible, and they're going to use those resources for that. So just some crazy stuff. Just some crazy stuff all around that we are going to be witnessing here. And I'm just adding the source because we're gonna welcome our viewers that are watching News 6 Plus in just a little bit of time. So I'm just doing some of this stuff here. We're one man banding it, so we've got this whole studio. I'll show you what's going on. This is our brand spanking new streaming weather center here. I don't have enough screens, but this is how we're pulling in information from the National Weather Service with snowfall reports coming through. So again, we can help relay those reports to the Weather Service in the chat room as well. So really, really cool stuff that we have here with our great digital weather center that we can keep on going. So I'm just going to send that output so our friends on the News 6 Plus side of things can join. All right, I'm going to get you guys back to the radar. Let me make sure that all the cameras are continuously updating. It appears that they are. I just can't believe how big the flakes are in New Orleans. That's the thing that's mesmerizing me the most. And again, that's the reason why we were talking about the forecast being so high with the snowfall. This isn't your typical southern snow event where, okay, we can still get a rare couple of inches. Like, look at some of these totals. And again, I don't know that we pushed 10 inches in New Orleans, but still at least 4 to 8 in New Orleans. That's crazy. That would break our record. 2.7 is our record in New Orleans for the biggest snowstorm. Like, we could double or triple that. No joke. No joke. If you're just joining us, welcome. We are live on Just Weather. We are live on so said cool 279 says on the News 6 page, do you think we can go outside and enjoy the snow in the Panhandle, or will it be unsafe to go outside? It won't be unsafe. I wouldn't drive in it. If you need to go, I wouldn't go drive for it. If in your backyard, want to go play, of course, have fun. This might be the biggest snowstorm in, like, not just our lifetime, like, in generations. So if you want to play in the snow, do it. It's not going to be unsafe to play. Just make sure you're being smart about it. I would not go driving in it though. I would 100% stay at home. What I'm going to do now, we're going to look at some of the conditions. As you might imagine, this is real-time road conditions that are popping up. Anywhere in the white and blue, that's going to be snow-covered roads. So we have roads that are now snow-covered almost into Pensacola. So Pensacola, we're getting some of the snow mixing in with the rain now, or at least I think that's really shutting down the rain. Or the snow has caused the roads to be wet, but now we have the roads or the snow kind of overcoming the wet roads a little bit. Houston Media HD, my friend, thank you on the Just Weather page. Great to see you. He says about 2 to 3 inches south of Houston. Now, the record in Houston is 3 inches officially. The records go back to the early 1900s. Now, there's some reports like from newspapers back in 1895 that Houston got 20 inches of snow. I wasn't around to verify that. I find it hard to believe that Houston would ever get 20 inches of snow because all the other snow events have been in the 2 to 3 inch range going back to the early 1900s. So if we're going by the official National Weather Service record, that would just about tie our record. But nonetheless, notice again how this updates in real time. So this is the other thing that we're going to show you as the snow continues to spread into Florida, the real-time road conditions. We also have, these are right from the road centers, and this is from the road sensors. This is from a Central Florida perspective because a lot has been made about like cataclysmic stuff coming to Central Florida. We may, around Lake George, Palm Coast, to maybe the Villages into Denellen, get some sleet to mix in. Here's the deal, though. Look how warm the roads are. We're at 60 degrees. I don't know that our road temperatures, especially being wet, fall to freezing or below to cause major travel issues in Flagler and Marion County. So again, if you're tuning in from the Central Florida, all of that region as well, just keep that in mind. Quite a sight from Houston. Thank you guys for the reports. And again, I would love to know if anybody's been outside and measured. Again, this is a very historic event. Here is the snow right here. Again, anything blue is snow. The white is light snow. And I mean, it's just crazy. This is the crazy part. Typically in the South, and really even in like the Northeast, when like New York City is getting blasted with snow, it's really hard to get snow to fall on the beach just because the water is, even up there, so warm. It's like in the 40s. Look at this. We have snow falling. If I can grab my telestrator. We have, look, the rain snow line is where the pink goes to the blue. We have snow falling miles offshore. So I'm using our time to arrive. This is not really. So that's 16 miles offshore of Gulf Shores. We have snow falling over the ocean. That's really hard to do. And we are doing it. We talked about this last week. I know a lot of people were speculating that the snowstorm was going to go further north. The deal is that first round of Arctic air that came through was just so significant, that it continued to suppress the storm, and it allowed for that Arctic air to be in place. Suwannee, Florida last night, county, some snow flurries. So, Dream talking with Vicky on the Just Weather page says they got 3 inches already in New Orleans. Absolutely out of control. That's nuts. Again, if they officially measured that at the National Weather Service in New Orleans or at the airport in New Orleans, that is going to break the record. And the deal with that is, let's go to the New Orleans radar. We can switch. It's still coming down, and you've got a long way to go. So we'll go over the last 30 minutes. Look at that. I will never not be amazed by this. It's crazy. It's, again, nothing short of historic. So, again, if you are just tuning in, the bottom video there is a live feed from New Orleans. My thanks to WeatherStem for allowing the use of their cameras on our show today. Above my head is Mobile, Alabama, with the big flakes flying as well. WeatherStem, by the way, has a great network of weather data and weather cameras. And again, they are gracious enough to allow us to use them so we can bring you some of these live pictures and live video from these areas that are being impacted across the South. Yeah, Houston Media HD, not far from me. I saw Beaumont was under a blizzard warning. Here it is. We'll go take a look at that. There's the blizzard warning right there. The first one ever since the Weather Service has been around. Just crazy. By the way, does anybody know the criteria? Here's a pop quiz. Does anybody know what a blizzard actually is? And again, this is no knock because there's a actual crazy definition to observe actual blizzard conditions. It is really hard to have a blizzard, and it doesn't even have to be snowing. So if you know the criteria, if you don't know the criteria, it's wild, and we're going to touch on that in just 1 second. Just want to give some people an opportunity, if they know what that is, to post that in the comments section. But just wild to see. It is the first one ever. I think I lost my train of thought whenever we were doing that. So while I'm back on the blizzard page right now, I want to show you that. So again, focus on the entire Gulf Coast. There's where our blizzard warning is, from South Central to extreme northeast or extreme eastern, southeast Texas, I guess, right along the Gulf, okay? Look at this. We're going to go to my other weather source, my other weather computer. This is Iowa State. Their website here, you can put in to see the last time a certain warning or advisory was issued. All the colors and numbers represent the last time that a blizzard warning was issued. The darker the color, the longer it's been since that Weather Service office issued a blizzard warning. Notice it's all white along the Gulf Coast. That means there is no data there. That means it has never been issued. So just crazy. I mean, you can just go to see how common they are in the north. It's been 45 days since blizzard warning was issued in Montana, 59 in the Dakotas. That's Blizzard Alley. A lot of wind, not a lot of things to block the wind either. Just crazy stuff. Absolutely crazy. All right. We have a winner. Brock F. on the Just Weather page. And there you go. A lot of people know this. Hey, this is why we're here. This is why we are the best weather community on YouTube. Hit that subscribe button if you want to join, because we are the only weather community that actually has a conversation with everybody. We toss around thoughts. We have fun. We get your storm reports. We share them with everybody. So this is why I love this channel so much. This is why I love the live stream on our Just Weather page and on Click Orlando. So do me a favor. At the very least, hit that thumbs up button for us. It does help us out a lot. And if you want to be a part of this growing weather community, 100,000 strong, hit that subscribe button. But the official, a lot of people saying here, visibility and wind. Hit the nail on the head. Nail on the head. The official definition, and I mentioned Brock F. had this, 35 mile per hour winds need to be observed with visibility of a quarter mile or less for at least 3 hours. That is extremely hard to do, believe it or not. And that's why the warning was issued, because from a forecast perspective anyway, that criteria is expected to be met throughout the early afternoon today. And just wild. You can get things, especially if I have anybody watching from the upper Midwest, Northern Plains, these things called ground blizzards. So there's nothing falling from the sky. It's that light fluff powder, which this is not. This is heavy, wet, cement-like snow. So the other thing, tangent, if you're going to shovel this later, especially if you're elderly, be very, very careful. Unfortunately, there's a lot of loss of life after a snowstorm when elderly people try to shovel the snow and they have heart attacks or slip and fall. So if you do have elderly neighbors and you do have the capability to go shovel their driveway or whatever, I know it sounds weird talking about the South. Watch them because that's who I would be concerned about, especially if they are not used to seeing this stuff. And again, heavy, wet, cement-like snow. It's very, very heavy, and we're typically not used to shoveling that much. So again, help out your neighbors. Make sure you're checking on your neighbors as well. I'm glad a lot of people got that question right about the blizzard warning criteria. That makes me happy. But anyway, just wild there. Ground blizzard, anyway, as we started talking about, is when you have that light powdery stuff a lot of times, and then you get a storm system to come through and it just kicks it all around, really reducing visibility. I worked and lived in Minnesota for several years. We had a lot of those, and you can't see anything in a ground blizzard. Again, nothing falling from the sky, it's just blowing the powder that was on the ground. So I know snow very, very well. Dr. Detroit says, I saw snow in Jacksonville in the 80s and it was significant. Absolutely. Um, and all of that. It's just crazy. Great question. Great question from said cool 279. Here's the thing. It is going to get really, really cold behind this system. The one of the reasons, especially if you're watching from the Florida Peninsula, and I want to welcome in our viewers on News 6 Plus and clickorlando.com. We have been streaming live on the Just Weather YouTube channel. And if you like weather content, I would love if you go over and subscribe to that. If you are just hearing about News 6 Plus for the first time and you're watching on YouTube, I would love you to go download News 6 Plus. It is free. You can watch our newscast there. And we have a ton of weather content and other really cool content on News 6 Plus. So that's my little shameless plug for that. It's really cool. But anyway, I don't think it's going to melt all that fast. Let me see if I have the future temperatures queued up here. The deal with this is that it is really, really cold. So right now in Panama City, it's 43, it's 27 in New Orleans. There's another round of Arctic air. It's just kind of been forced back north from the storm that's created the snow. All of that deep purple where you see single digits in St. Louis and Chicago, that is coming straight on down. So I think places like Pensacola, Panama City, and the Florida Panhandle could be flirting with teens over the next couple of nights. So no, I don't think the snow is going away that fast. Now, if we do get some sunshine, of course, the Florida sun, even in winter, it's still pretty strong, and that could do a number on it. But nonetheless, I think it's going to last a little bit longer than your typical southern snow. If you are just joining us, yeah, no, Karen on Just Weather says, don't have a snow shovel. Never needed one before in Northwest Florida. That's no reason for a face palm. You normally don't need one. So you can let nature take its course too. Again, the sun will take care of it, especially on the pavement. During the day, we're still going to heat the blacktop up, all things considered, relatively fast as well. Look at the difference in temperature between Tallahassee and Pensacola. It is 28 degrees in Pensacola. And again, this is as that system that is creating the snow now is going to just yank down some extra Arctic air and slide it right down the Florida Peninsula. If you're not a fan of this stuff, Miami is the place to be. Look at this temperature difference though. Pensacola is at 28 degrees. Miami is at 75. So if you hopped on your car and drove 6 hours? It's 6 hours. It's probably more than that. It's a long state. But man, that would be a shock to the system for sure. Kevin Bryan SRQ says, glad to be watching and not worrying about a hurricane. Yeah, and this is where I know this is going to be super impactful and significant in North Florida and across the I-10 corridor and really down through the Gulf Coast of Texas. But it is much, much better to not have to talk about evacuations and life-threatening stuff. Now, again, snow can be life-threatening, especially if you're not used to it. So I want to be clear about that. I don't want to sugarcoat that, but certainly we're not talking about people's homes being destroyed and things like that. So we'll take that for sure. Thanks, said cool 279. 7 hours from Miami to Tallahassee. All right. So Houston Media HD says the snow has cleared out of Houston. We're going to go back to our HD radar. We're going to go to the national look so we can see the whole. Let's see where. Right there. So the snow is kind of wrapping up in Houston, Galveston, Beaumont. Eric, thank you for that. 10 hours from Pensacola to Miami. Baton Rouge, New Orleans, we are taking it on the chin with some heavy, heavy snow. Gulfport into Mobile. This is, we're right in the middle of the event. And then again, Pensacola, it is just starting. So if I have anybody watching in the Panhandle from Crestview to Milton, Ensley, Pensacola, post in the comments. I would love to know where everybody's tuning in from. Do that as well. So someone's mentioned about livestock. Yeah, are super worried. Our shelters are not built for this. I know I know at least it's not going to be feet of snow. That's what I would say there. That's what I would, because a lot of times you run into issues in like the northern plains and stuff when you get feet of snow. That is really, really terrible for the cattle and things like that. Um, Houston Media HD says 53-mile-per-hour wind gust in Galveston. Yeah, that would observe a blizzard if it sustains that for sure. Just wild. Let me pull up the National Weather Service chat, and if anybody has measured recently, post that in the comments section. And again, we're welcoming our viewers on News 6 Plus. This is typically the time where you would see Take 6. We've kind of preempted Take 6 a little bit to give you the live coverage of the snow that is just beginning in Florida and has been walloping the deep south right along the Gulf Coast for several hours now. And really through the overnight, it started in parts of Texas last night. Let me go to the New Orleans National Weather Service page. Okay, so this was from 12:30, so just a few minutes ago. We have a report of 5 inches of snow in Manville. Let me see if that storm report shows up on. And I have to see if I even have snow turned on because we are down here in Florida. There they go. Good. They are loading. All right. So let me pause this radar here. We're gonna take a look at some storm reports. So 1 inch there, just southwest of New Orleans. That was though 2 hours ago. So when we do these, click on these little storm report buttons that pop up. So that's really cool too. We get those in real time. Whenever an official storm report is confirmed from the Weather Service, we're going to get that right to our computer so we can take the measurements here. But we're also going to note the time here. So that was about 2 hours ago that we are getting that. And all the time here is going to be in Eastern time because we're based out of Orlando. So again, that's going to be, that came in at 9:30 Central time, 10:30 Eastern time. So already an inch of snow there. Again, we had our friend tell us about already 3 inches she measured in just outside of New Orleans. So here we go. Report of 2.7 inches. That's a little more recent. And that's how quickly so things change. So we had that report now. We have a report on the Weather Service chat in Manville of 5 inches of snow at 9:36. So just about 3 hours ago, there was 1 inch of snow. Yeah, it's crazy. Denham Springs, 6 inches of snow and still coming down. Prairieville, 5.8 inches of snow as of 12:07. Biloxi, Mississippi, 1.5 inches of snow. at 12 o'clock. Crazy. Okay, so Baton Rouge has 6 inches of snow. So that was a report of 40 minutes ago, and it's still coming down. Again, we likely have already shattered the daily snowfall record, and we're about, I would say, we have 40% of the event left to go in the southeast Louisiana corner there. So CC says it's snowing here, blizzard, several inches in New Orleans. This is wild. Yeah, it's crazy. And again, a lot of people may have never seen snow before. I know it's happened before, certainly to this magnitude. I don't think anybody alive has seen it. This magnitude, it's going to eclipse, I think, all the way through the Florida Panhandle, the greatest snowfall totals that anybody alive has ever seen. It's crazy. Crestview, Florida, temp 30 degrees. This is from Karen. Feels like 15. Wind at about 12 miles an hour. Gusting to 22. No snow yet, but cold. So this is the other crazy thing, and someone brought up about hurricanes. Yeah, I mean, we'll take as much cold as we can get for sure to cool the Gulf of Mexico down as much as possible as we gear up for hurricane season next year. Again, that's something we obviously don't want to think about right now, but we'll take it. It will warm up quickly, though. That's the only thing. So it will do that. I want to point out how crazy this is for our friends in. Let me get that group off. For our friends in along the Gulf Coast, we've had a rough year. So we had 5 hurricanes make landfall along the Gulf Coast during the 2024 hurricane season. That is in the same areas that are covered by winter storm warnings and blizzard warnings right now. Of course, we had Beryl do a lot of damage in Houston. We have winter storm warnings right now in Houston. We have several inches of snow on the ground. We had Francine come through to the west of New Orleans. We have winter storm warnings and blizzard warnings for the areas that Francine impacted back in the summer. There's something going on back there. Okay, a Category 4 Hurricane Helene made landfall in the Big Bend of Florida. We have winter storm warnings there. We're going to get several inches of snow, some freezing rain. Category 2 Debbie, kind of the same area. We have freezing rain, several inches of snow coming through. The only one that does not have a winter storm warning is in Southwest Florida, where we had Category 3 Milton come ashore. So 4 out of the 5 hurricanes are in the same area, or the winter storm warning and blizzard warnings are encompassing 4 out of the 5 hurricanes that make landfall this summer. Absolutely wild and out of control. All right, guys, we are going to take a short break. My voice is starting to go just a little bit. And we are going to come back in about 25 minutes. So we're going to keep the radar looping, and we're going to keep that live look there. Do me a favor, guys. Post in the comments what you are seeing outside. The live looks right now are from the big snowflakes coming down in New Orleans, the big snowflakes coming down in Mobile, the snow that's on the ground in Houston, Texas. And what you're going to see there is the radar continuing to loop, showing the progress of the storm over the last 3 hours, and then the temperatures in wind chill, which is the next round of the story here, the cold that's going to be settling in. And it's already cold, but even colder stuff. So hang tight. Post in the comments where you're tuning in from. Keep it here. And we will be back in about 25 minutes. Thanks, guys. What's going on, guys? We are so back. Thanks for the break. Just resting the voice a little bit. Snow is coming down. We were talking earlier when we left, especially around the Pensacola area. It was just really starting to get going. Now we have big Serenity 2020s, big fluffy flakes in Pensacola. We now have the capability to pull in the comments again. We're having some issues before, so that's one of the things that I was working on over those past 20 minutes. Thanks to WeatherStem, they are providing us the live looks that we have across the country. Below my head in the bottom box is New Orleans, Louisiana, getting crushed with some heavy snow right now. Up top is Mobile, Alabama. We will switch out cameras as we continue to watch that heavy snow come in. But man, nothing short of historic right now going on across most of the deep south Gulf Coast of the United States. Post in the comments where you're tuning in from this afternoon. We're going to be with you for the long haul as the snow continues to work its way from from west to east, right along the Gulf Coast. So here's the deal: the heavy snow working in. I'm going to get back our high resolution radar again back to our site. So let's see here. Now that looks like it's rain. That's just a traditional radar there. We got to turn on the winter side of things. And there is the heavy snow. It is cold in New Smyrna Beach. It's like 50 something degrees. The high today in New Smyrna was 60. Yeah, it's 56 in New Smyrna. That's what the high temperature was, right around 60 today. That's what we're not going to move much further. So yeah, the forecast is right on, Melissa. It's in the 40s right now in Ocala from a Central Florida perspective. Okay, so now we're going to get back to the analysis mode on our radar screen. Again, this is the most powerful radar that we have on the streaming platforms out there. So any other YouTube channel that you're watching, they do not have the technology that we do here to bring you live coverage here on New 6 Plus, on clickorlando.com, and on the new on the Just Weather page as well. If you've been hanging out with us for quite some time, if you are enjoying the live stream as we bring you this crazy coverage, hit that subscribe button for me and we will go from there. Okay, the 3 live looks again brought to you by WeatherStem. Houston, Texas, the snowstorm pretty much done, but you see what it did as that is just laying on the ground right now. New Orleans, Louisiana, the big puffy flakes, and you can't see much in Mobile, Louisiana, as we are just dealing with crazy stuff right now throughout most of the deep south. No, well, we did not call for freezing temperatures. We called for temperatures in the 50s in New Smyrna. So yeah, we did not call for freezing temperatures in New Smyrna. Okay, so I was just playing around with some of our stuff. This is the Snow Machine product, and this is where we can kind of dissect what's actually going on within the banding features that we have in the snow. So the biggest we're looking, let me make sure we're operating out of the Panama City radar. This is going to be the crazy data. Look at this. We have snowfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour in and around Pensacola. We talked about this before, that I thought that the 4-inch state snowfall record for Florida was going to be obliterated. We might watch the snowfall record fall in like about an hour. Oh yeah, Melissa. Yesterday was forecast to be colder. It was being in the 40s yesterday. So yeah, it was forecast. It was forecast to be colder yesterday than it was today in Central Florida. But anyway, that is super light stuff. But 2 to 3 inches per hour is no joke. I'm going to get us a camera here for those that aren't in Pensacola. We're going to do some real-time stuff. Let me just get back to the radar so that you can see what's going on actually. And let me put a little loop on that. Let me go back. Let me just load some stuff in here. Yeah, it is. The temperatures are going to start falling fast where it is snowing. Let me get back to the national side. Sorry about that, guys. I got to get the. There we go. This is what I want to show here. Okay, so I'm going to look on finding a camera real quick in Pensacola because around that area anyway. Okay, so this is about to be nuts. This is going to be coming in just 1 second from McDavid, Florida. This is in Escambia County. This is nuts. Okay, I'm moving it up. There it is right there on the bottom screen. That is Escambia County, Florida. That is right on the Alabama line. Absolutely out of control what's going on there. There are several inches of snow on the ground. And again, this just got underway about an hour or two ago, and we have the entire afternoon. This is, it's going to obliterate the record in Florida, which stands at 4 inches. That's not after today. That's going to be gone. No questions asked about that. I got to change my marker. The bottom is now McDavid. Yeah, this is something that you do not see every day. I said that before, and just wild stuff. So up top is Mobile, Alabama. You can see some of the flakes a little bit better coming across the camera. They are big. They are puffy. Brooksville now up to 6 inches of snow. Thank you, B, for that report. We have reports all through the Baton Rouge area of 6 inches of snow, and that was as of a couple of hours ago. So just wild. So if you're just joining us again, post in the comments where you're tuning in from. Would love to see that. If you're watching on, let me see here on. If you're watching on News 6 Plus, our streaming guru, Thomas Mates, has posted the live chat on clickorlando.com as well. And he says, share your weather questions. The Pinpoint Weather Team, that's us, will work to get you an answer. So post that in the comments there. You can go to clickorlando.com. It is that main story that you see there about the snow moving into Florida. Of course, if you were watching on YouTube, hit that thumbs up button as well, and we will get you covered. Hit that subscribe button if you love weather content. We provide that daily here on the Just Weather page. If you're watching on the News 6 page and you like weather content, you can also subscribe to Just Weather because we have it completely dialed in to weather coverage there across the state of Florida, across the country, and just a bunch of cool weather content. So a question about Tallahassee. So let's go look at some of the future radar here. And again, we're going to keep those cameras up all the time. Those are updating in real time thanks to our friends at WeatherStem. Here is the future radar. We're going to dial that in now, and we will take you forward in time. So it's doing a very, very nice job on the timeline. Let's take this out a couple of hours in time, and we'll zoom you further in to around the Tallahassee area. So at about 3 or 4 o'clock, so in the next 2 to 3 hours, we're going to start things off as maybe a little bit of light rain. Quickly, we transitioned into a wintry mix, and then we have that. So through the evening commute, that's 5, 6 o'clock tonight, it is going to be snowing extremely heavily in places like Panama City Beach, Port St. Joe, Apalachicola, Tallahassee, and then that continues to spread to the east. By that point, we're likely going to have a new snowfall record in Florida. Somewhere, somebody's going to set it in the Panhandle, and it might be multiple people chasing that record down, especially, again, from what I see there in McDavid, Florida, in the northwest corner. We'll take a closer radar view in just 1 second. But there you go in Tallahassee. that continues. I want to show you again, this is the latest, and we'll show you the latest high resolution guidance. This from the 12Z runs. This is going to be the 7 o'clock in the morning run. This is the high resolution rapid refresh. Oh, I think Tallahassee is going way above 2 inches for sure. I think we'll forecast for Tallahassee. I mean, you see the model output there putting 5.4 inches. It might not be that much, but certainly I would put 2 inches on the low end of that. I would probably forecast 3 to 6 inches of snow in Tallahassee, Florida. This is one for the record books. Pensacola, 4 to 8 inches of snow. I mean, in Escambia County, I mean, holy cow, that's right below there. The bottom box and the Brady Bunch box. That looks like we have a couple of inches of snow on the ground already. Let me take a look here. Let me see if we have any kind of snowfall reports coming in from Pensacola just yet. Not yet, it looks like. So we don't have any reports on the map, although we have 0.1 in southern Alabama. Snow being reported there anyway. Grass and rooftops near Montgomery. That was as of an hour ago. So that's what you see spreading through at this point. Oops, don't want that. Let me exit out of all this junk. Here, by the way, it's about right up in here. It's not going to pop up for me, but that's about right where we are. Yeah, that bottom in McDavid, Florida, Escambia County. This is what is currently moving through that very, very heavy snow. I can go back to my winter products. So we're going to stop that. This is going to be... Okay, snowfall accumulation over the last 6 hours. So we're going to do some... Let's take this back to 24 hours. So this is the radar estimate now of the snow over the past 24 hours. So this is just an estimate, not an official number. So there's 7.4 inches estimated in Lake Charles. And again, that was in that 4 to 8. They might end up going over that because we still have a little bit of time to go in the St. Charles area. I mean, the radar is doing a pretty good job because we do have ground confirmation from an hour ago in the Baton Rouge area of 6 inches of snow on the ground. And we have several reports of about 3 inches of snow on the ground. That was a couple of hours ago, right around New Orleans. So the radar is doing a fantastic job estimating what we have at this hour. And that's about what we have. Okay, so I said it looked like we had a couple of inches on the ground in that live look, thanks to WeatherStem. And the radar is estimating 1.4 inches of snow in the northwest side of Florida, the northwest corner of the Panhandle. Oh yeah, you're gonna see this is a once in a couple of lifetime event. What's going on right now? I know we've seen snow recently in the Florida Panhandle, relatively speaking, but there has not been a storm like this in anybody's lifetime. I mean, anybody that's alive right now. Of course, back in the 1800s, maybe. Joe Freeland on the WKMG page says, let it snow here in Pensacola, snowing heavy now, 2 to 5 inches expected, would be historical. Oh, yeah, the record in Pensacola is 3 inches. You might go over that by dinner time with more to come. Mind-blowing stuff just happening here. Okay. Let me... Okay, so this gives us a clearer view now. We're working out of the Panama City radar, and we've got a good view here. This is kind of taking that radar that you see that we've been showing you guys and kind of dissecting how heavy that snow actually is. So in and around the Pensacola area right now, it is legitimately snowing at 2 inches per hour. 1 inch per hour right along the line where we have that live look. Yeah, look at the cars down there. They're moving pretty fast. Wouldn't recommend that. But driving through snow that is coming down at about 1 inch per hour. That was right along the Alabama and Florida line right there in Escambia County. So that's that. Let's take you back to the New Orleans radar and let's see what we have going on. Let me make sure first and foremost that this is still snow. It is in fact still snow. Um just wild. So there it is again, the heavy snow. I mean, this is right up along the beach, 2 inches per hour. New Orleans and points to the south, Patterson, Louisiana, New Iberia, Baton Rouge, 2 inches every 3 hours. So certainly that rate has backed off a little bit. Panama City, we'll go bring up the latest data again. We'll go back to that. I mean, at least 3 to 6. That's what I would probably put you in right now, 3 to 6 in Panama City. And I would not be surprised if it goes a little over that. But yeah, I would forecast 3 to 6 inches of snow. Crazy. Yeah, spotty on the WKMG page. Let's go do that for you. So the future radar is going to be our friend today. This is the high resolution radar that we've been showing you. This data is coming in from 7 in the morning. We're going to get a new kind of extended outlook a little bit from the 18Z run, that 1 o'clock in the afternoon run. Boy. So I'm sorry, I always confuse Pensacola and Panama City because they both start with P's, and I just was double checking which one you were asking about. So here we go at 3 o'clock, and in Pensacola, it's still snowing heavily. Maybe not as heavy as right now, but still snowing heavily. And there it is coming to an end. Um, the heaviest snow winding down through the evening and then maybe shutting off completely by around 8 to 10 o'clock in that ballpark. Okay. So we still have a good 6 to 8 hours of snow. And again, this is what makes this storm so rare and so incredible. It's just nuts. And it's going to continue for a while. Panama City Beach is getting snow. Said Cool 279. I mean, Panama City Beach, the beach is getting snow. There's no two ways about it. This is a snowstorm for Panama City Beach. It starts out as the rain, transitions to a mix, and then bam. The arrows that I have on the screen, by the way, that is the wind direction. So as we have all this moisture kind of lifting up at the surface, we are bringing in that Arctic air. And that's the critical thing that we were talking about last week with our videos. If you saw those videos, give it a thumbs up. If you're new to the channel, would love it if you hit that subscribe button. We talk weather all across the country. And right now we're dealing with a historic snowstorm in the Deep South along the Gulf Coast. But there you go. The blue represents the snow there on the model. After a brief period of light rain or a wintry mix, it quickly transitions to snow and some heavy snow. So the snow is going to meet beach. Snow meeting sand today. Historic for sure. You got it, Spotty. Really appreciate you tuning in to the live stream tonight or this afternoon. Let's see if we can get another live camera up. Let's see. Let me go back to the radar to see where the heck the snow has advanced east in Florida. Look at all that blue. Okay, so let's go down. Okay, I think we got some. Oh, there we go. Okay, you can't see it yet, but I'm about to show you. All right, I'm gonna take this full screen. This is too good. This is too good. Here we go. This is Panama City Beach, Florida. I'm sorry, Pensacola Beach, Florida. My bad. See, I told you I screw up the two P's. Pensacola Beach, you see some snow on the median there, and it is coming down on the beach right now in Pensacola Beach. Wild. Wild. So that is a live look at Pensacola Beach. Certainly something you do not see every day. Sometimes you get the snow in Pensacola. At the beach, it is really, really hard to do that. Wow. So, I mean, it is absolutely out of control. It's just getting started. Again, somebody is going to break the state record today in Florida. We're already almost halfway there, north of Pensacola. So that is, I mean, that's just crazy. So that's a live look. We're going to add that now to the stream. We're going to, I mean, I just can't believe the the Mobile stream that is still going strong right now. So we're going to change that in our quad box. Go into the quad box. It's almost, this is like the NFL network of weather coverage right here. The quad box is up, and we are going to be watching that stream on through. So again, now the bottom box, let me change the title here. This is now going to be Pensacola Beach. Updating all this stuff in real time, so bear with me. Pensacola Beach, you are on the map. Absolutely out of control. All right, I gotta say that Trooper Steve is the man. Let me bring up this picture that he just sent. Now, this is definitely something you don't see every day. Hold on, I gotta open up my email because this is gonna be crazy. Stand by. What's going on, April? It's nuts. It's nuts, man. It's pretty wild. Okay, so let me see if I can. All right, so there you go. That's coming in from Trooper Steve from FHP, Florida Highway Patrol. Welcome to Florida with the gorgeous FHP Trooper truck there. Look at all the snow on the ground. That's wild. That's in Pensacola, by the way. So that's a picture there from Trooper Steve coming from FHP. Man, hey, you can see the truck in black there with all the white around it. That's for sure. Watch your speed. They'll be able to see you super easy. Wow, crazy, crazy stuff. So that's coming down hard in Pensacola. That bottom look there, just below my head in the bottom box of our quad box, that is Pensacola Beach, Florida. So we officially have snow falling at the beach. Let me see. Just teeing up some other sky cams. Yeah, you're right about that. Florida has gotten snow before, but this is nobody alive has seen anything like this. And again, I know the Panhandle, and I know Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Texas have seen snow in these areas before, but not like this. Not like this. The snowflakes are pretty much perfect. They're those dendrites again. The nice six-plated ice crystals that we have there that makes up those. They're efficient snowfall accumulation. It is wild. Kelly just said on the WKMG Click Orlando YouTube page that her friend or bestie in Biloxi just sent me a video there with all the snow. Will wants some snow in Orlando. I would love some snow in Orlando, to be quite honest with you. I think that would be a lot of fun if you don't have to go anywhere for sure. It may overachieve, Aggie. It may do that. Again, we were talking about a lot of spots across the Gulf Coast getting 4 to 8 inches of snow. It was just too good to. It was just too good of a setup. It is the perfect setup because you need to have that dense Arctic air at the surface already, and then we have the storm throwing literally moisture from the Gulf right up into it. Um, right up into it. Actually, John, close. It's close. It's up there in the list, but the biggest in Pensacola was 3 inches back in 1899. In the 1954 one, just northwest of Pensacola in Milton, that's the storm that gave Florida its snowfall record of 4 inches just to the northwest. So close, but the record is 3 inches back in 1899. 1895, 1895. 1899 was another big snowstorm that came through the Panhandle. That dropped about 2-ish inches, of course. I mean, again, all of it is wild. All of it is wild. I'm trying to get you back to the this is the straight up reflectivity. I want to show the dual pool. Give me 1 second. I'm just kind of looking at some things. Going to try to bring you some different looking radar views. By the way, if you're just joining us, and thank you for the nearly 600 people we have on the Just Weather stream and nearly 300 people we have on the WKMG Click Orlando. And if you're watching us live on New 6 Plus, we're watching snow. John, my friend. Okay, so he's asking, what are you thinking for Pensacola? I live near the shore near downtown. They are saying 6 inches near shore or higher. I cannot believe it. That forecast, in my opinion, is dead on. We talked about my forecast that we talked about last night and the night before was 4 to 8 inches from Pensacola. Here is the latest model data we have for Pensacola. Now, I want to caution when you see these numbers, they might be a little bit high because they're using a 10-to-1 rain liquid to snowfall ratio. It might be a little bit lower than that, although what we're dealing with here are dendrites. So when you're forecasting snow, to go on a little forecasting tangent, you're looking for the lift where the air is rising fastest in something that we call the dendritic growth zone. And that's where we make those nice big pancake flakes that you see falling in Mobile above my head and falling in Pensacola Beach, Florida, right below my head. And we have the lift there. Whenever that happens, that's when we get those intense snowfall rates of 1 to 2 inches or higher per hour. We have that going on right now. And we still have a lot of the event to go. We have another comment here. This is coming in from Golf Breeze. Started out with ice pellets mixed with snow here in Golf Breeze, but has changed to mostly snow now and starting to stick to the surfaces. So let's get back to the radar picture. And what you're seeing here, this is just the raw data coming in, the reflectivity. So that is why it's showing up green. That is all snow. Anywhere it's reaching right now, the radar picture. And then watch when I turn it on. That is going to be that's what it looks like when we filter in the algorithm to kind of filter out it. The computer puts in what it thinks is happening. Then we can use what we call dual polarization radar to actually see what's going on. It's crazy. Moultrie, Georgia. Let me just double check where Moultrie is real quick. Oh yeah, you're getting it in Moultrie, Georgia. Oh yeah. I would say 3 to 6 inches of snow there. Mm-hmm. Easily. I think you're going to be in that bullseye region. And this is a great question. I would say once every other year, maybe every other 2 years. So it's not as rare that we can get this cold. More often than not, though, when we're dealing with these big Arctic outbreaks like what we're seeing right now, it's very dry. What we have going on, and let me see if there's a good satellite image to kind of show this system. Let me get the infrared. You see all the cloud cover just kind of strung out. That's the storm itself really working. So more often than not, we don't have moisture then riding that Arctic front that came on through. So we had that 1-2 punch of kind of like a tag team method here. We had the first front that we had the other day on Sunday come on through and inject that Arctic air. Then right on the heels, we had this storm develop around Mexico, South Texas, over the Gulf. And there was a ton of cold air for it to throw all that moisture back into. So that's the deal here. I don't know that we get 2.6 inches of snow in Jacksonville. That's still kind of the wild card on how far east that cold can stay locked in. I do think we are going to get some snow in Jacksonville. I don't know if it's going to be 2.6 inches, maybe an inch. I mean, it's certainly not out of the question. Lake City, Frog, we are definitely going to get some. How far south? I would put Gainesville is maybe a little bit, maybe a touch further south than that. But I would put Gainesville as the area further south. I'll show you that high resolution future radar once again. And by the way, real quick, here are the latest road conditions. So this is happening in real time from road sensors across the South. And that's where we have snow on the ground anywhere, or snow on the roads, anywhere that it is white or blue. That's where the snow is. Anywhere it's green, the road is wet. So that is where, that's the deal with, again, the footprint of this. I think I said historic like 40 times tonight, or this afternoon, but that's what this is. That's what this is. Vero Beach, unfortunately, if you want to see snow, you have to go a little bit further north. I do not think it gets that far to the south. Okay, on the WKMG page, let's see. Do you think it'll go straight east or sink down into central Florida? It's going to be lost my train of thought because here's the thing. I'm like, I look at a comment and I lose my train of thought. So I have to compartmentalize. First things first, it's going to kind of slide almost due east, maybe a jog to the northeast. That is why there's a little bit of a question as to what Jacksonville will get. Here's what the future radar, and again, I think this is doing a fairly good job, and it kind of slides through. So very, very interesting question from John again, who's been bringing it with the comments and questions on the live chat. So I appreciate you, John, for tuning into the live stream and bringing such interesting content to the stream. The answer to that is I don't think this time around, because what we need is for lake effect snow, and in this point, Gulf effect snow, you need to have the air mass 13 degrees Celsius colder, a couple thousand feet above your head. I've not checked what the 850 temperature, it's 850 millibars. I've not checked what those temperatures are for one. But for two, the other thing is you need to have the wind at that level blowing off of the water source, and we don't have that portion of it. So I don't think we're going to tee up some Gulf effect snow, although this would be the scenario for it if we had that. Let me bring up, do some quick checking on that real quick. It hadn't looked like it when I was putting the forecast together. But let me just double check. I want to do the 850 temperatures. Yeah, so since the low is coming to the south, the wind at the surface, and a couple thousand feet up are coming off of the land. So that's going to be the reason why we're not going to have the Gulf effect snow. Okay, Madison, Florida. Okay, Port St. Joe, I have you at 3 to 6 inches of snow, my friend. Opportunity for a little bit more as well. No snow in Miami this time around. Madison and Lee, about 3 to 6 inches of snow. Maybe the opportunity for a little bit more on the high end as well. Frog, if you're still with us, Lake City, I've got you in 3 to 6 inches of snow as well. It's just crazy hearing that come out of my mouth. Lake City, Florida, 3 to 6 inches of snow. It's crazy. Jack on the WKMG page is asking, is this storm going to come up the East Coast next? And the answer to that is no. It's not going to slide up. It's going to come as far to the north as the Carolinas, and I'll show you that snowfall footprint. And then it just kind of rides up and out. So Myrtle Beach, parts of southeast Georgia, eastern North Carolina, going to get in on some snow. Brunswick, Georgia, going to get on some snow for sure. Absolutely wild. Don't mind me. I'm just going into my lunchbox and grabbing a drink. Great stuff. That's going to be awesome. Yeah, that's fantastic. Thanks for all you do with teaching. It's going to be, I mean, it's again, this is one of those events. Like when you always have those, you hear, in the history books about the black and white pictures of snow in weird places or a lot of snow in New York City or something. This is going to be the benchmark storm that, is going to be talked about for generations. I mean, it's going to be like that. There is going to be straight up a half a foot of snow in some places in Florida. We already have a half a foot of snow in and around just north of New Orleans in Baton Rouge. Crazy. So the time frame into Brunswick, it's going to be later tonight for you. We're going to go back to Let me go back. I was a little too fast. My pause point wasn't set for Brunswick, so we'll take it right through here. Starting off late 4 or 5 o'clock is a cold rain, maybe starting to mix in with some ice, and then there's the heavy snow. I mean, by 9 o'clock, 7 to 9 o'clock, it's going to transition over to some heavy snow. That's a good point. April mentioned, I've heard southern winter storms. Most often they are true. The difference with this one is there is a dense dome of Arctic air really preventing it from going through. And this is just a southern stream storm. We often talk about the jet stream as being the subtropical jet, which impacts the southern part of the United States, and the polar jet, which impacts the northern part of the United States. The polar jet came down, it injected the Arctic air, and then on the southern stream, we have this storm. The deal with this is the two of these are not going to phase or come together, so it's not going to lift it up the north. That was a lot of the questions. A lot of people were expecting that to happen because of the dense Arctic air. We are not expecting that to happen. It will exit offshore of the Carolinas and not go further north. If there were friends in interior Carolinas that were expecting some snow, they're not going to get that. They're not going to get that. No more rain coming in New Smyrna Beach tonight. Yes. So that's why this one isn't going to cut. Okay, so my channel on the clickorlando.com page, and Michelle in Live Oak, Florida. Michelle, I have you at 3 to 6 inches of snow. Crazy. And then Okaloosa in Escambia County, it's officially a sheet of white out here. And again, to remind you, look at the camera. This is, again, live cameras today. See, I did it again. I looked up. There's just so many great questions coming through, and I'm like, "Ooh, what's the next one say? What's the next one say?" I'll get to you guys, Kenny, in just 1 second, because that is a great point, and we'll talk about that in just 1 second. And then in Citrus County, Escambia County, I should say, that's where we are watching the live stream. Sorry if my voice is kind of carrying. I'm way away from the mic now. Okay, Citrus County, I think we're just going to be a little too far out. It's going to be, I think it's mainly just a cold rain, maybe a couple of straight sleet pellets, ice pellets, the sleet coming through. So that is very true. Let me try to bring up my telestrator here. So as far as I'm aware, if it had phased and became a powerful Gulf flow, I'd be getting no snow here in Pensacola. That is correct. Let me try to bring out the John Madden telestration here. And let me see. I think I have the So let me just see. Don't mind what's on the screen right now. I just need okay. I just needed something to telestrate. So none of this where you see the Euro GFS stuff. Don't pay attention to that. So what we have going on here, this setup, is we have a big dip in the jet stream that came down, but we also have some moisture trailing like this right behind it. So if you look at the satellite or radar imagery, it just looks like a big blob of blue, a big blob of moisture on there. It's not really a giant storm per se. What would typically happen is a lot of times when we have that phase going on, we have the polar jet like this. We have the subtropical jet coming in like this, and then we have the low forming right here. The cold air supplies the fuel for the moisture source, which is in the southern stream. Then we get the two to kind of phase right over the south. Then we get the low to go like this. That's your traditional nor'easter, and that's where we can get oftentimes severe weather in the deep south, because on the right-hand side of the low, we have counterclockwise airflow around high pressure. Sorry if I'm getting too telestratory. There's the low. We have warmer air surging up. On the east side, we have colder air diving in on the back end like that. And that is what would allow all that to be snow, or all that to be rain at that point. What we have going on today is we just have basically strung out moisture along the subtropical jet. We have that polar air that has forced everything down to the south. We had a very weak low develop way down into the Gulf and kind of just meander its way down here. So now the rain snow line is like right there, give or take, and then everything here is snow. So that's what that is what we have. That's kind of the setup. And the other thing too, when you're especially like these nor'easters in the Northeast, sometimes we have them bomb out. We call it bombogenesis. I know it's that crazy word that's always kind of in play. It's a real meteorological term. It's when the pressure drops very, very rapidly. And we have that coming through. And there's the satellite picture. So again, there's kind of the footprint. There's the center. There's the cold front. There's the warm front pushing through. So we are well away from that colder air. And the other thing that we have happening, I'll change my thing. We have what we call upglide. The air is rising up over the front. So it's the air is kind of being lifted up and over that dome of very, very cold, dense air. And that's where we're getting the help. And that's why we're getting such intense snowfall rates. Again, is we're watching the craziness unfold here again, Pensacola Beach, Florida. Let's go take a look in Destin real quick. I guess I got a telestrator red on that. Whoops. So into Destin, let's get close in here. Let me speed this up. Let's do the last. So this is going to be the radar loop over the last hour. So yeah, it's kind of, so here's what we have going on right now. And this is also one of the reasons, this is one of the reasons why, yeah, Kenny mentioned it right. It is moving slow, and that's one of the other reasons why. You'll notice it starts snowing and then kind of like gets eaten out a little bit right through there. The air is still really dry. So we had that dry Arctic air mass. So it's going to take a little bit of time for that moisture to overcome those heavier snow rates. I mean, if you look closely into that bright blue area, like the bright blue, those are the extremely intense snowfall rates. I can go back now into the winter. I love this part. The snow machine, as it's called. Let me go to the Panama City radar, and we'll actually go to the heavy snow parameter, because this will kind of break down all the noise that you see on the radar, and we can actually see the snowfall rates. So let me get the dabber out, and we can, 1 inch of snow per hour. Those are intense snowfall rates. Anything over an inch per hour is great. Yeah, it's nuts. It's nuts. What we're looking at, let me see if I can get a camera in Pensacola. What we're looking at there is here's Gulf Breeze. Someone mentioned about the snow in Gulf Breeze. There's the snow in Gulf Breeze coming down. Not enough instability for that. She said, kind of surprised there's no reports of thunder snow. Not enough instability for that. So So that's the deal with that. There's not a ton. I it's not impossible, but a lot of times you really need that instability to build. That's why you get it a lot with lake effect snow, and then sometimes when you have a stronger low in the Northeast. But actually, let me. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna turn on. April brought up a good idea. I'm gonna have the lightning tracker on just in case. See if we can get a clap. But yeah. So there's. I don't know if I had. Yeah, I had that on before. I'm so scatterbrained. So that was a live look at Golf Breeze. Let me see if I can get one from. Let me see. And if anybody, that's a great question. Let me check some of the reports here. Let me bring up the storm reports and see if there's anything updated on the screen. When the Weather Service gets them, then we get them right into the computer, so we can kind of check. Let me get back to the actual snow that's falling. So just north of Gulf Shores, we have 1.5 inches. That's Gulf Shores, Alabama, and then 2 inches in Fairhope, Alabama. That was as of 1:21. And again, it hasn't been snowing all that long. It started at about 10 o'clock Central Time in these areas. So again, that's extremely impressive. Bruton, let's see when this report came in. So there we go. So Bruton, Alabama has 3 inches. This came in just about 5 minutes ago. So that's gonna. I think it's been snowing heavier in Pensacola. So we could be running down the snowfall record just a couple of hours into this event. Inverness, maybe a couple sleep pellets, but other than that, it's not a ton of stuff. So that's a great question. April asked about what happened to this so-called La Nina winter that most weather experts were calling for. Yeah, so officially we did just enter a La Nina like 2 weeks ago. The deal with La Nina is sometimes we can get the polar jet a little bit further south. And when it's in a weak state like this, it's a very, very weak La Nina, other different larger scale oscillations can kind of dictate and then bully some of the typical climate patterns that we would see. So that's important to note. The other thing is that we had something known as the polar. If you've heard of the polar vortex, I'm sure it steals headlines a lot of times. It's not something for hype. It's an actual thing. And what happens is it hangs up. We have a video on it. So if you want to go see the in-depth kind of breakdown on the video, we'll love it if you hit that subscribe button for me. we would love to have you on board and talk the weather. We're weather nerds here on the channel, and we love to have that conversation. But anyway, what we had, it is acting very much so like a La Nina, an El Nino winter. It's another crummy winter in Florida without the sunshine. Again, we're totally biased here, of course. But anyway, what we had at the beginning of January, we had something known as a sudden stratospheric warming event. So what happens in the stratosphere, that's where the polar vortex hangs out. When you get that sudden warming like that, it can disrupt the polar vortex. And when the polar vortex is disrupted, sometimes it can influence the jet stream in the troposphere, that polar jet stream that we know, that's the dividing line between the really, really cold air and the really cold air and the warmer air. So we had that happen, and oftentimes all bets are off, and then we have that colder air make it really far to the south, like it has done this time around. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why, those long range forecasts can be there, but you always take it with a grain of salt. And this is one of those times. I know certainly I expected, and we still have a month to go. If you watch News 6 Plus, if you're on the News 6 YouTube, if you watch News 6 Plus, let me know. I have a show in the morning called Weatherwise, and it's at 7:00 in the morning, and then it's on demand later on News 6 Plus. But we kind of talked about that in the long range segment, and we had this game on Long Range Mondays. That's the day that we do it. We made a forecast in October for the winter months of December, January, and February, and we called for it to be warmer than normal. Now, December was right about normal in Florida. January is going to be colder than normal in Florida. So then we have February to kind of save us. We're a little bit below normal for the entirety of the winter. We'll see what happens, but that's a good call by April for sure. John says, can you imagine a blizzard warning being issued? 32-mile-per-hour wind gust here in Pensacola. I wonder if they'll pull the trigger. I wonder. It's crazy. It could be wild. I mean, we're close to verifying that. So we need to have that for about 35 miles an hour gusts, or sustained with a few gusts in that ballpark. And then visibility reduced a quarter of a mile or less. And then can hold that for 3 consecutive hours. So you can call it near blizzard conditions in Pensacola right now. Like, that's official, near blizzard. So on the News 6 page, how long is this event going to last? Until early Wednesday morning, like 10 o'clock. We'll wrap this up for everybody. By the way, try to pull up some cameras along I-10. The FDOT site has crashed. I would imagine a lot of people are trying to access some cameras. So we're thankful here that we have our friends at WeatherStem providing us with these live looks across the Deep South, of course, Mobile and Pensacola Beach. I would say the section power outages due to ice would be probably most likely. Well, let me see. I think I have an ice graphic for you. Stand by. Here we go. So here we go, the ice impacts. So this is going to be where it's a little more likely, and everything as we're doing up here, this is the official forecast from the Weather Service. The most likely is going to be kind of that I-10, I-75 intersection north of Gainesville. Like I would put it right in through here, really. Right about in there. That's what I would give the highest section for all that stuff. Bay County, Florida. Sorry about that. Said cool 279. And about I would say around 3 o'clock, 3 or 4 o'clock. So in about an hour or two, that's when it gets started. In Panama City, give or take. Alrighty, guys. Hey, I'm gonna take a short break. I'm gonna go get some water. I'm gonna go grab a little snack. This is crazy. We are watching history unfold together here on YouTube, on clickorlando.com, and on News 6 Plus. So I'm going to take a brief 25 to 35-minute break. As I do so, I'm going to keep the live cameras up. Let me pull up before I go. I'm gonna get another camera up. Houston, we're done with the snow, so I'm gonna get another live camera. Let's see where we have some stuff going on. Sorry, I'm just trying to find a good camera. This is crazy. There's too many. Can't pick. And here we go. The camera that I just pulled in, and we'll take it full screen in the quad box. This is going to be Milton, Florida, where it currently says Houston, Texas. I'm going to change that wording right now. So that is Milton, Florida, as we watch the snow coming down and the sky cams bounce around like crazy in the wind in the near blizzard conditions in Pensacola right now. So again, we'll leave you with the live look in Mobile, Alabama. We will, and Pensacola Beach, Florida. We're going to have the radar looping the current temperatures as that next round of Arctic air comes back down into the deep south. We are going to take a 30-minute break. Keep posting your questions. Keep on posting. Keep posting your comments. Share this with your friends. Thank you guys for hanging out with me and us at News 6, clickorlando.com. If you like the weather and like talking weather content and all that stuff and love learning about the weather and sending your reports in, we would love to have them. Please post them in the comments if you've measured lately. And we would love to have you on board on the team. Hit that subscribe button and give it a thumbs up. Share it with your friends. And I will see you guys in about 30 minutes. Thanks so much for being here. This has been a lot of fun. I'm glad we're not tracking a hurricane together for once. So thank you guys for being here. This is great stuff as we are pinpointing history together. We'll see you in about 30 minutes, guys. Be safe. All right, guys, we are so back this afternoon as we are watching history unfold. Wanted to share with you guys right off the bat some of the latest snowfall reports. I've been compiling some things and getting new graphics and stuff to show you. And we've got a lot of stuff to break down, road updates, things like that. It is wild out there, especially along the roads in Louisiana, Florida, starting to be, and parts of Texas, still Alabama and Mississippi. Just absolutely wild stuff out there tonight, this afternoon. So here are the latest snowfall reports coming through. These are the official reports now, verified by the National Weather Service. Baton Rouge, 7 inches of snow. And I'm sorry, I forgot to update that second one. Gramercy, Louisiana has 7 inches as well, not 3. That's an error on my part. I forgot to update. That was an older snowfall report from another time. I forgot to change that in the section. Mobile, Alabama, from the National Weather Service site there, reporting 4.7 inches of snow. They're also talking about snow drifts of about a foot, because it is so windy as well. Again, nearing blizzard conditions across parts of the Gulf Coast. Of course, if you're with us earlier, we talked about the first ever blizzard warning was issued from about central Louisiana back down toward Houston. So the snow not only falling, it is windy and cold. This is weird. Andalusia, sorry if I mispronounced that. Alabama, 3.5 inches, and then Mount Vernon, Alabama, at 2.5 inches. What we're taking a look at as well on this screen, this is from our WeatherStem network of cameras. This is Mobile up top. This is Pensacola Beach on the bottom. When we last left you, Pensacola Beach, you could at least see the roads. The roads are now covered in snow. So this is, again, right up on the beach that we are taking a live look with. Just wild stuff. I want to show you this, too. This is a live look from f.florida511.com. This is Interstate 10 in Escambia County, Florida. It's crazy out there. There were officials are saying do not go out. Life-threatening if you leave. The National Weather Service in Mobile has that life-threatening highlight if you were to venture outside, because, again, the roads are getting crazy out there. They've been crazy for the past couple of hours, and we're adding the wind component on top of it. So before we get into that wind component, I do want to show you what we're dealing with here. We'll go back to the actual radar, and then we're going to break some things down. We'll look at the road temperatures coming up in just 1 second as well. Here is the latest radar. This is as of 2:51, so this is just current now. By the way, post in the comments where you're tuning in from. If you're just joining us, welcome. If you're new to the channel, post that in the comments. We'd love to see if you're a returning viewer or just a first member to the team. If you like the content that we are putting out, give it a thumbs up. Would appreciate that a ton. And if you like weather stuff, consider subscribing. We would love that as well, to become an official team member of the Just Weather channel, and of course on Click Orlando News 6. So there's the radar. Wild stuff. Heavy snow coming down. Now starting to push further to the east of Pensacola. We talked about Panama City. We would be up at about 3 or 4 o'clock. That time continues to look likely as well, that we're going to start things off with a little bit of a wintry mix in about an hour, give or take. And then we will start to see some snow coming down very heavily. Crestview right now is super heavy snow. Same in Milton, in Pensacola, Ferry Pass as well. If anybody has snowfall reports or snowfall totals from something that they've measured, please post those in the comments as well. Just saw several of the official numbers coming in from the National Weather Service. So would love to see what you are seeing out there. John says that it's coming down here in Pensacola. You should see it. Never seen snowflakes so big. Wild stuff. Let me show you the full. This is Pensacola Beach. Let me pull this full screen here. Stand by. That's, of course, this is Escambia County, Florida. Now, the bottom one where it says Pensacola Beach, but I wanted to show you Pensacola Beach full screen. Out of control. This is Pensacola Beach, Florida. He's talking about the big flakes and you can kind of see those flakes in the camera. Again, this live view is being provided to us by WeatherStem, and all the weather data that we'll show you from the cameras anyway is being provided from WeatherStem. You can see how windy it is. I mean, we're talking about near blizzard conditions here in Pensacola Beach, Florida. This is wild. Yeah, no, our forecast for Crestview was 4 to 8 inches of snow. So right on the money there for sure. And I would not be surprised if it goes over. We talked about this yesterday that, ooh, okay, Kenny brings up a really good point. How do you measure snow? So whenever you're measuring snow, again, for those that have never done it, you make sure you're doing it on a hard surface like concrete or asphalt. Don't do it in your yard because the ruler will obviously sink a little bit further down into the dirt. So make sure to get a good and reliable snowfall reading. Make sure that you're doing it on concrete or a hard surface, maybe the top of your car or something like that, to get that reliable snowfall report, and then send it to us. So this is just out of control. Again, if you're just joining us, this is a live look at Pensacola Beach, Florida. On the WKMG News 6 page, I'm from Destin. We just started getting the snow and sleet in Destin. There it is. We just had the radar. So, I mean, there it is. So to confirm the report, there is the pink there. Again, that's the wintry mix underway, and you are moments away from completely turning things over to snow in Destin. One of the craziest sights you're ever going to see here. It's just wild. I do think Jacksonville gets in on some snow tonight, Hector. I think a little bit of snow, not as much as the Panhandle, but a couple of inches of snow, not out of the question here. I want to get you back to a live look of Pensacola Beach for those that are just joining us. Tallahassee waiting for the snow. It'll be there. It will be there. Just absolutely wild stuff. Pensacola does look crazy. What I'm going to do is now, while I give you that live look of Pensacola Beach, I am going to update the latest high resolution model here. To kind of show you what we're going to be dealing with for the rest of the time frame. Okay, so this is going to be hot off the press. This is snow. Whoops, gotta go back to that screen. This is the latest snowfall forecast here. This is the high resolution model. So again, we had most of the Florida Panhandle in 4 to 8 inches. We had New Orleans in 4 to 8 inches. So far the forecast is going as expected. I suspect that there are some spots though that might get over 8 inches, certainly in eastern Louisiana. We talked about that being the bullseye of the storm in the videos. And again, if you're interested in seeing our daily weather content, please hit that subscribe button. Another shameless plug. But we pride ourselves here at the Just Weather channel and on WKMG News 6 as being some of the credible sources that don't hype things up. There's a lot of that out there today. On the YouTube streams and things like that. So we are certified and credible meteorologists on this channel rather than just screaming from the hills. So if you like that stuff and you like to be a part of a really cool weather community, please do me a favor, hit that subscribe button. I would really appreciate that a ton. So Pensacola there, you see it, 6.5 inches. Again, that's the model forecast, but it's in our range of 4 to 8 inches. Same deal for us in Tallahassee. We talked about this yesterday, that in New Orleans, we could triple up our snowfall record, which was 2.7. And again, right around New Orleans, I've seen snowfall numbers come in around 7 inches. And we could end up doubling the record in Florida, which currently stands at 4 inches. So it's wild. It's wild. I think the snowfall record in Florida, the state record, could have already fallen. I'm just waiting to see official confirmation of that. And I mean, we've only been snowing for the last 2 or 3 hours. Let me see if there are any extra storm reports coming in from once they're submitted. I don't see any either. There's some of the ones we were talking about earlier. And that's what get and then again, we looked at that. That was about an hour ago in extreme southern Alabama with 3 inches of snow near Bruton. Um, I suspect they might have 4, maybe 5 inches of snow right now. And I mean, the same is going to be close for Milton, Pensacola, Ferry Pass, and then maybe just to the southwest of Crestview as well. We talked about that the best opportunity, again, if you're watching News 6 and News 6 Plus and weather-wise this morning, we talked about the best opportunity to break the record was really going to be right in here in addition to the I-10 corridor. So far, the forecast is working out, but man, it's crazy. Snowing heavily still in New Orleans. Down into the Thibodaux, Morgan City area, I've seen reports of about 7 inches. This was from way, way early. That's 2.7 inches back at 11 o'clock. And again, that broke the record already. 4 inches, that's of 1 p.m. And this is Eastern time, by the way. That's where our computer is based. We're in Orlando, Florida. Rodney wants some snow in Tampa. I mean, again, we talked about this earlier, that this is going to be the winter storm of record that, like, your kids will tell their kids about and pass it down. It's one of those events. A history-making storm, no doubt. I have never seen this. Again, we have had snow in Florida before. We've had snow in the deep south along the Gulf Coast through Texas, Louisiana. I know that. But certainly not like this. Not with these perfect big pancake flakes that are flying right up along the Gulf of Mexico. And again, you're taking a live look at Escambia County just under my head. We'll lift back up Pensacola Beach because I think this is one of the craziest live cameras of the day right here. I mean, that is right on the beach, and it is now covered in snow. So it's kind of everywhere, just on mainly on the coast. We'll take a look at some of the winds as we speak. Let me pull that up. That's a good time to transition into some of the winds. So let me switch to our wind product here. And these are going to be the wind speeds, mind you. So not the wind gusts. So these are the wind speeds. This will be sustained. Let me get the storm reports off, the snow reports off, and click the dabber back on. But I mean, we're talking about sustained winds of about 30 miles an hour. I mean, we are near blizzard conditions. We are near blizzard near blizzard conditions. Rodney, I have the answer for that for you. The record snowfall in Florida is 4 inches set back in 1954 in Milton, Florida, near Pensacola. So we're going to break that. There's no doubt in my mind that we're going to break that. We may double that record today in some part of Florida. We've already seen snowfall totals greater than 7 inches in parts of Louisiana. And I say greater because where I got those reports coming in, that was about an hour ago, and around Baton Rouge and southern Louisiana, right where we're taking a look at here, we have 7 inches on the ground. I mean, we have 7 inches right here and 30-mile-per-hour winds. National Weather Service in Mobile reporting that the snow is drifting to about a foot. We have snow drifts along the Gulf Coast. It's crazy. Okay, so thank you, Max, for that. On the Click Orlando YouTube page, Max Lang says 2 inches and still going strong in Crestview. So Crestview again is in the Panhandle. That is right about in here. There we go. It is really windy as well. 20-mile-per-hour sustained winds. Again, sustained winds. And everything. And actually, Rodney, the record keeping goes back to the late 1800s. So while we're going to break that record there, I mean, it's nobody alive has seen snow like this, which makes it even crazier. John, I think it's so far it's behaving. It should shut off over the next couple of hours. I had it rolling in kind of ending in New Orleans at about 6 or 7 o'clock tonight. So they still have about 3 or 4 more hours of snow to go in and around New Orleans. You know, John, at this point, it could happen. I mean, it could happen, and I'll show you the reason why. I'll say that in just 1 second. I mean, we have those pure dendrites, the pretty pancake snowflakes that you see in the wild snowstorm, the big nor'easters in the Northeast. Look, the camera above my head. And again, thanks to WeatherStem for providing these cameras. Look at that. That is Mobile, Alabama. Look how big those flakes are. It's crazy. Just absolutely wild. And then you can see the big flakes coming down again in Pensacola Beach, Florida. I can't get enough of that. It's crazy. So it's still really windy back in. I mean, gosh, I don't know if they would issue the blizzard warning, but we are close to blizzard conditions. Unfortunately, I do not think that the storm is going to shift that much to give you guys in North Georgia a good snowstorm. It's weird, but we're talking about South Georgia getting the snow this time around. Okay, so great report here, 2 p.m. Florida Panhandle, Fort Walton Beach. Let's go back to the radar. I believe you're in that same kind of little pink zone here. You're close. You are close. There we go. So thank you for that report, KLT. She says that we have in the Panhandle, right, Ocean City here, raining tiny ice crystals and cubes. No discernible snow here. Hundreds of birds. Just wild. Okay. The roads are wet. Miami is not going to get snow this time around. It actually snowed back in help me out. It snowed in Miami. Was it the 70s or 80s? I think 70s. It snowed in Miami. It was I think it snowed in the Bahamas as well back in that snow event. The exact year is escaping my brain right now. But it has snowed in Miami and actually stuck. But anyway, there's the right Fort Walton Beach area. So we are very, very close to changing things over to complete snow in the Destin area and the Fort Walton Beach area. 1977. Thank you, M Person, on the Click Orlando page. Thank you for that report, for that 1977. That's what it is. I have so many years in my brain because there was a big storm in 1899. We're gonna beat that. There was the one in the 50s. We're gonna beat that. There was the one, of course, the 70s that brought snow to Miami. It's just wild. Thank you again, Dennis. This is gonna last depending upon where you are. Until tomorrow morning. It's gradually going to shut down from west to east later on this evening. So this is a really, really good question. Why are there no blizzard warnings for Gulf Coast considering the winds are gusting to 35 miles an hour? We need to sustain that 35 mile per hour sustained wind for 3 consecutive hours. And also maintain visibilities below a quarter of a mile. So let me actually check. Let me check with the actual. I'm just going to stand by 1 second. I'm going to check the actual observation from Mobile just say because it is going nuts there. So let's go to stand by. Mobile. Okay, so let me see if I can. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff here. These are the official observations from Mobile Regional Airport. And what we have going on here is winds sustained of about 16 miles an hour in Mobile, gusting to around 30. The visibility has been about a half a mile. Now, you can argue that a blizzard warning could be issued here because we're getting kind of close. But nonetheless, the sustained winds are about 10 to 15 miles per hour away from blizzard criteria, even though it's pretty crazy out there. And then you see it right here in the pink colors. Let me see if I can make that bigger. Where it says 0.50. See that over here? Hit that thumbs up button or post in the comments if you can see that. That is the visibility in miles. So visibility is being reduced to about a half a mile. So we're still, it's still a little ways away from reaching blizzard criteria. Now we can go back to, let me check some things here. Let me put you back to a radar. Cool. Thanks, Kenny. It is. And I mean, that's why whenever it's so crazy when blizzard warnings are issued, because they are so hard to get. They're so hard to maintain. And I mean, they're there again to be that step above. And that's whenever you don't want to be outside, because it's not about the amount of snow as we were talking about earlier. It's the visibility, it's the wind. You don't even need snow falling to have a blizzard. You get, just as long as it's blowing snow around that has already fallen, that would verify a blizzard. If you've met the criteria of for 3 consecutive hours, the visibility down by a quarter of an inch. I mean, see, speaking in inches now, a quarter of a mile, and then the wind speed. Yeah, John says he's got the beer cooling in the snow. When will I ever get the chance to do that again in Florida? You may not. I mean, it's wild. I can't stress it enough. It's crazy. So live it up. If you guys are getting the snow, live it up, because again, you might not ever see this again. Certainly not to this degree. Because again, nobody alive has ever seen anything like this. Just wild. Okay, so we've been hanging out watching the Destin area, Fort Walton Beach. You guys are going to be changing over to snow very, very quickly. Yummy Delights on the Click Orlando page. Is there a chance that Orlando gets the trace amount of sleet and freezing rain? I don't think so in Orlando. I think the farthest south, that it becomes, that it gets to is about Lake George, from probably, if you drew a line from Denellen to Flagler Beach, Palm Coast. That's where I think the furthest extent is. Yeah, I always say there's nothing cooler than the mesoscale discussions. And if you're not familiar with the mesoscale discussions, the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center, oftentimes in the summer, but also in the winter, or really in the spring, has those mesoscale discussions as we're watching. There's these little finite details come together when we're talking about severe weather. But there's also a winter mesoscale discussion when we have these sometimes convections involved, or we get these other different kind of processes that would help to forecast, or that would help to enhance the snowfall there. So I'm going to try to get this over here, and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Got to change my window just a little bit. And this is the mesoscale discussion. So they have it highlighted there, eastern Mississippi into Alabama, and then the Florida Peninsula, southern Georgia, moderate to heavy snow to continue through the afternoon. As you've been talking about, I just wanted to show you that because it is cool. So thank you, Kenny, for pointing that out as we've been going through, bouncing through some cameras and stuff. It's wild to see that. I mean, we can roll down and read their text too. These are cool because they're also really sciencey. So let me move that back over so it gets back into the view. So, I mean, it's just crazy. So here we go. There's a little afternoon story. So moderate to heavy snow continuing through the afternoon. Broad area of snow continues to shift east and northeast into portions of southern Alabama into Florida. Occasional sleet and freezing rain reports have occurred across the coast. The main precipitation type has become snow area wide. The enhanced upper level flow at 925 to 850 millibars. That is a couple thousand feet above your head. And that's what we were talking about before. If you were with us and we were breaking down the setup for this, it's the upglide, that air being pushed up over the cold dome that came in from the cold front from the other day. That's what we call frontogenic forcing. That's going to be the warm front down there. So we get that force. It's going to help produce that as well. And there you go. Guidance suggests snowfall rates may occasionally approach an inch per hour. Sometimes they tip their hand as to if there's going to be any kind of other warnings popping out. Yeah, so there you go. Visibility dropping to a quart. We just looked at that. We took a look at that visibility there. So really, thanks, Gray, for that. He says that the bridge close signs getting ready at the Hathaway Bridge in Panama City. The graph is definitely not showing 2 models, even though that model does stink. NAM's not showing 3 feet either. Ooh, okay, this is a good... Thank you guys again for being a part of this stream. Because like Kenny just pointed out and Rodney just pointed out, I love how everybody's kind of watching something different here as we're all hanging out together, because we're kind of focused on different things. So again, I love how you guys are pointing out, and Rodney is mentioning about the temperature drop. We'll take a look at that in a second. And then how Kevin just pointed out, or Kenny, excuse me, just pointed out that, hey, we had this mesoscale discussion. So thank you guys for being on it, as well as we're kind of having this weather conversation together and tracking history together. It's out of control. But Rodney mentioned it. This is the secondary blast of Arctic air that's going to come in behind that is as well. There is my man, Weather Center Nazarrio. He's going to be on the stream in a little bit. This is absolutely nuts. I mean, near blizzard conditions almost right along the beach. And you can see that in the weather stem camera right below me in the Brady Bunch box, in the quad box we talked about for. This is, there's, it's like we're calling this like the NFL network of weather. We've got the quad box out. You know how they bring out a bunch of those boxes? I'm sure the football stuff's a little more exciting than this, but I tend to think that this is super exciting. And I guess if you're here, you do too. So thank you guys a ton for being a part of this live stream. Thank you for being a part of the channel and being a part of the best weather community on YouTube that doesn't BS or doesn't hype, but we just tell it like it is and talk about the weather. We keep on watching this closely for our friends at Fort Walton Beach and Destin. It's still that wintry mix of some ice pellets in there. We're going to get in on some of the snow coming up in just 1 minute. I want to take you to the high resolution radar, and we're going to go in there and we are going to break down. Okay, where is it? In my winter section, I got to change it into the heavy snow. Look how far the heavy snow footprint has now expanded. This is coming at us from the Panama City. And everything in this bright pink color. This isn't like a mix like what we were looking at before. That was the traditional radar. What this pink does is the stepped up color table here for just kind of highlighting the heavier snow rates. And right around Pensacola, the radar is estimating that we are soon, if we're not in it already, 2 inches of snow per hour coming through Gulf Breeze, Orange Beach, Pensacola, Ferry Pass, Milton, and then pushing on to the east. I don't know if anybody is in Pensacola that has a ruler right now, but holy cow, I would love it if somebody's on the stream from Pensacola and will brave the elements and on a hard surface, on that hard surface, measure how much snow you have, because I suspect that we are closing in on the state snow record already, and we are just a couple of hours into this event. and it's just nuts. We've shown a couple of times some of the video from, and let me try to get that back here. The video of from Florida F11. This is I-10 in Escambia County. You can't see much. The roads are completely covered. This is nuts. Again, this is the storm that your kids are going to tell their kids and be passed from generation. And we have color photos this time around. But seriously, this is going to be the storm of record for maybe a century, maybe longer. Again, Florida has seen snow before in these areas. Not like this, not this heavy. The snowflakes not as pristine and not as pancakey, and certainly not as much. So an historic day across the deep South and across the entire Gulf Coast. Just remarkable across the area as well. So really, really cool stuff. Thanks so much for being a part of this. Share this with your friends. Hit that like button. Hit that thumbs up as well. Okay, so John is the MVP here. We're going to be waiting patiently for the snowfall report. So John's going to head out and measure and brave the elements, snowfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour, to take one for the team here and measure some snowfall. So thank you, buddy, for doing that. Thanks for hanging with us throughout a lot of the afternoon. Let's go to the current temperatures. I want to show you the temperatures here. Okay, so you can clearly see this giant divide where we have, and I think it was Kenny mentioned about the temperatures in Tallahassee, which are still near 50 degrees. Look at Pensacola, though. It's off the screen. Stand by. Redo that again. Bring out the little dabber. 49 right in the south of Tallahassee. It's in the 40s right there, around 50 degrees in Tallahassee. Look at this in Pensacola. It's 24 degrees. It's 24 degrees. And I mean, it gets a touch warmer, but again, that is because we have the snow kind of pushing this way. We call it dynamic cooling. So if there's any kind of drier air in the mid levels of the atmosphere, the precipitation comes down, it evaporates, and then it cools what we call the column of air. And all of that as well. Rodney says, will the snow cause power outages, heavy snow on the power lines in Florida? It has the opportunity, and we have been watching power outages go up a little bit. Here is what we have now in Florida. It's nothing too crazy. This is where we have 500 customers in around the Mobile area, and then we have 100 people, give or take, in and around the Pensacola area. Okay, so there we go. We suspected that might be the case, but it appears that we have, and we are going to obliterate the Florida state record. So we're kind of finding that out here. We talked about this earlier, that the most snow that has ever been recorded in Florida at one time was 4 inches. That was back in 1954 near Pensacola. It's in Milton, Florida, right there, just north. We just had a report there of 5.1 inches in Pensacola, Florida. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. John, thank you for that. You are the MVP of the live stream today. Absolutely incredible. So we were talking about the power outages again. They are starting to go a little bit, but I mean, we really need a little bit more. The thing is, we talked about this earlier, is that the snow is going to be heavy and wet. It's going to want to cling to things. And then we have the wind as well. So it's going to be the heavy snow on the power lines. And then you get gusts of 20 to 30 miles an hour. 20 to 30 miles an hour as well. That might cause some power outages. We do have a few in parts of Louisiana, near Slidell to the east of New Orleans, Lafayette. Not a ton. So we're doing okay. And all that jazz. So we're keeping a close eye on that. Okay, so on the WKMG Click Orlando page, and thank you for this report, we got a report from all bridges on Highway 393 in Crestview no longer passable. That includes Pond Creek, Shoal River, and Juniper Creek Bridge. So, as we suspected for a long time, and let me just see if I can bring up some other stuff. This is, my goodness, absolutely wild. This is going to be looking northwest on I-10. Let me get that a little bit closer so you can actually see something. That great. Okay, you can tell what the highway is now. It's crazy. It is crazy. Mobile, Alabama is getting crazy. I think we can get close to 8 or 9 inches. Do you agree? I do. Our forecast for you guys in Mobile was about 4 to 8 inches. Was in 4 to 8 inches. We had it kind of skirting from Louisiana over to the panhandle of Florida. Kenny, where are you again? I'm sorry, I forget where you're tuning in from. Where did you say you were watching through? Thank you for the report, Michelle. 48 degrees in Live Oak. That's gonna be much, much colder. Tim in Jacksonville is at 40. Any kind of reports on temperature would be great as we kind of track the colder air inching through too. So thank you guys a ton. I can't thank you enough for hopping on the live feed here, the live stream, and giving us your reports. Those that are getting the snow from Texas to Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama to Mississippi. Southern Alabama, the panhandle of Florida, and Georgia. Thank you guys a ton for the temperatures, the wind, the snowfall reports. You guys are making this this live stream happen. Man, looks like that tow truck. Oh, you didn't see that. The tow truck went flying. Looks like you already had a car that was in a crash before. Tim says that dude was going pretty fast on I-10. I would agree. Okay, so here's the other thing that I wanted to show you guys. This we were looking before at actual air temperatures. This is now the temperature of the ground, and this is critically important for snow and ice to lay. And this is data from official road sensors here, so this is pretty accurate. And in this giant footprint of blue, I mean, here we go. We're going to zoom in. This is I-10. We have road temperatures from Pensacola into Alabama, into Mississippi, I-10 through Gulfport. This is why it's not a good idea to travel if you're heading out there. The roads are way below freezing, certainly enough to be able to sustain having snow and ice on the ground. And they're just not going to be able to be cleared. The resources just aren't there. I know there's some help coming in from the north with some bigger plows and things like that, but still, just absolutely insane. There's some people flying on I-10. It's pretty crazy. Okay, so near certain, I think I got 2 inches. May have 3 inches in the grass, little 4 or 5. Thanks, Kenny. Perfect. Okay, ferry pass. Gotcha. Thank you for that. So, Tim, great question on the clickorlando.com page. So this low is actually fairly weak. What we have going on here, it's not a strong storm. The rule is you forecast the cold, you forecast the snow. More often than not, the bigger snow events are created by very, very weak low pressure centers. It's because we have that warm, moist air coming out of the Gulf and rising up over that dome of colder air that came in this weekend. And then that's what helps to give us that lift and force it up. In my opinion, the snow it may be overperforming a little bit, but we had talked about on this channel anyway about 4 to 8 inches of snow from central Louisiana to about Live Oak, and then like 3 to 6 inches around Tallahassee. So that's kind of the forecast we've gone with over the last couple of days, and things like that. This is a great question, Richard. I think FDOT has it, but I will show you that as well because we are watching that close. Marion County is in a winter weather advisory. We have the opportunity to see a little bit of sleet and freezing rain. The saving grace is look how warm it is. You can see the color contrast anyway into central Florida. And we would really need the road temperatures to drastically drop. Now, they will, of course, as we lose the sun, even with the clouds around. The sun still really does a number of heating up asphalt. And you see that right here by the drastic temperatures. Let me get my dabber back out. There's Ocala. We have road temperatures in the mid to upper 50s. It's even warmer in between Orlando and Titusville and Mims. So the point I want to make is, and I know that there may be some isolated issues if you're trying to drive tomorrow morning, but for the most part, if you see sleet, if you see freezing rain, it's going to be on your deck. It's going to be in your yard, maybe on the sidewalk where temperatures are going to be a little bit colder at the surface there. But we're talking about temperatures needing to drop about 25 to 30 degrees on the road before freezing rain certainly would become an issue. You'll see sleet lay there for a little bit and then melt. That number is going to come down overnight, especially once that front comes through or once we get that wind and that breeze behind the system as it lifts back out over to the Atlantic. And that is one of the reasons why it's going to be so cold in central Florida towards the end of this work week and into the start of the weekend. But again, that's the deal with that. So we're doing pretty good on that front. Yeah, we were thinking about that internally here at the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tim, yeah, I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Went to school for meteorology at Penn State. Lived in Minnesota. Worked in Minnesota for 4 years. I love forecasting snow. It is my favorite thing to forecast. It's very challenging to forecast, and that's what adds to the fun nature. It can stress you out a little bit as well. So whenever I got to throw my hand in the kind of the forecasting part for the Deep South, I wanted to get in on that quote unquote fun for a little bit as well. So that's one of the reasons why. And again, you can always be skeptical about when you see model data. Do that before. I was once skeptical. I'll tell you a quick story. My first job in Minnesota, it was May 2nd. And if anybody on Minnesota, especially southern Minnesota, remember this, post that in the comments. Models were going nuts with snow on May 2nd. And I know it's Minnesota, but still the record to that point for snow in Minnesota was 4 inches, at least in Rochester, Minnesota, where I lived and worked. I was a big non-believer. I'm like, all right, we might get a couple of inches. A couple of days before, it was just in the 90s. Or just in the mid 70s, I think. It was after that we had the heat index above 100. It was the craziest, like one of the craziest week stretch of weather I've ever seen. I woke up and there was 12 to 18 inches of snow outside of my window, and I slept through thunder snow. I got my snow tires off and was basically running into work, and I lived a couple miles away. My news anchor, shout out to Dan Wolf, if he's out there, picked me up in a news car, and we four-wheeled it back to the station. So that's a little story. So again, the weather will never cease to amaze me. It's the most humbling thing in the world because you can forecast all you want. You can look at everything, and then it still does something like this. And again, you're right, Tim. I think there's still an opportunity to go above 8 inches in several spots. Like I was thinking, like we could get maybe 5 or 6. So that would be at the high end of the range, if not going over. So again, it's crazy. It would be so in Tallahassee, you'll probably get a little bit of sleet just for a little bit of time, and then the snow is going to come down, and then you might change over to some freezing rain a little bit as we get into tomorrow morning. Yeah, and Jacksonville's one of the hardest. Jacksonville's one of the hardest spots to forecast for. Now that I might be a little low in Jacksonville. I thought Jacksonville might just be completely freezing rain for a while, maybe a little bit of snow mixing in, but there could be a couple of inches in Jacksonville tonight. So that's where I would admit I was a little low on that side. I thought we'd get some little extra warm air to push back up, for sure. Kenny, no, I do think that. Let's go back to the radar. Let me go back to the radar and let's just see what is going on here. You're going to see this go green. This is going to be the actual raw reflectivity. The colors on the map indicate what the computer thinks the precip type is based on the conditions of the atmosphere. But when I turn on the different types of, should be going, there we go. Let me get back to that. Sorry, I talked to myself. I have to okay. So yeah, and you are right. The heaviest now, we're looking for the darker yellow. So whenever this goes yellow, and especially like yellow to orange, that's where we have the heaviest snow coming down. So we have southern Alabama now, right around Dothan. There could be some mixed precip in there as well. And then we have it going right across the right area. We call that right here. Here's like meteorology 101. This is what we call bright banding. Just like with hail in severe thunderstorms, you get the really, really bright reflectivity. For looking at this in the summer, it could be deep dark red, purple, or even black. That's like maxing out on the color scale. And as that happens, the radar beam's coming back a little more intensity because it's hitting a solid, it's hitting ice and coming back. So it registers as, okay, heavy rain, or in this case, heavy snow, but it's actually running into some sleet pellets. So that is what we actually have going on there. I know this is going to say debris detector because we use this phase. This is called correlation coefficient. It's one of the relatively new radar products that we have. It's sampling the precip in both the horizontal and the vertical beam. There are two beams that go out now. And when you see it like gray or blue, that's the radar seeing something that's not highly correlated, and that's whenever we have, unfortunately, debris. We also use this to kind of confirm hail or not, and we also use this again for to find the rain snow line, because where it's yellow like this, so this is highly correlated. Let me see if I can take a dabber. When you have that number like near 1, we have the same thing going on. We have the same precip type going, but this number is going to be super low. So whenever you hear or whenever you see the yellow start to pop up, we have not highly correlated things going on. So that's kind of the raw meteorology behind that, which does the work. You see, it's not perfect because let me turn on that correlation coefficient again. This is where we have the mix going on. Okay, now watch this. The computer thinks that there's snow across parts of that area, where in fact we just did the hardcore meteorology to find out that actually right in through here is all mix. In school, we called it crap rad radar. Called NextRad, but we called it crap rad because again, it's just the computer. Okay, it's cold here, this degree. We think the computer thinks it's snow. That's why we have meteorologists to break that down. So again, it's very helpful. Don't get me wrong, but anyway, just a little bit of a meteorology lesson as we are watching this snow come down. Let me make sure all the cameras are still coming in good. This is crazy. All right, I have a timeline question. So let me pull in the latest data real quick, and then we're going to go a timeline. We haven't looked at the timeline in a while. Oh, okay, there we go. All right, so we had a specific question about Live Oak, and we're going to go back down into the depths of Florida. There is Live Oak, and here's 6 o'clock tonight. some light to moderate rain coming down, and then we're going to get the changeover. So this is where we really start the snowfall total will start to come down a little bit. Like east of Madison, northeast of Perry. I mean, still 3 to 6 inches is going to be the forecast here. Like from from just to the east of Tallahassee on, just wild stuff. But then we get the snow. There's the mix, and then we wait until about 11 o'clock tonight in Live Oak, maybe 10, 11 o'clock. We get I mean, look how how long it continues. And I mean, we'll zoom this out just a little bit because I know we have a few people from Pensacola on. We'll go back. I mean, we're still talking about accumulating snow. That's 7, 8 o'clock. And then it pushes into Live Oak as we get some colder air. Now, here's Jacksonville. And the high resolution model does want snow there through the entirety of the city. And then we get that mix to come in. And then there's the mix for Central Florida. And there's kind of like the southern extent of how far south in Florida the snow is going to get. Maybe down to Alachua. Gainesville, we have that mix. And then into parts of Marion County, we could see that mix as well. So there you go, Michelle. Hope that was helpful. All right. Hey, thanks, KLT, for hanging out with us. She's been the eyes and ears across parts of the Panhandle near Fort Walton Beach. Let's go take a look at the radar now. Let me get back into my high resolution radar. We'll go back, and here we go. It's still showing a little bit of pink there. Her report says rapid ground accumulation of ice and snow blanket forming. So you are getting the nice sleet right now. Still waiting a little bit on that. It is. So this is why, fun fact, the National Weather Service, how they measure snow officially, and sometimes the reports are higher from the official readings from where you might measure in your backyard, is because they have something known as a whiteboard. So it's white, so it's not as warm as concrete and certainly not as warm as asphalt. And they will check it every hour and they'll wipe it clean and just add. So that is the official way to measure snow with that whiteboard. So it'll be interesting what the official reports are. And yeah, we had to overcome the warm ground. I mean, again, it is still Florida to some degree. But boy, it's crazy. It's crazy. All right, let's go check this out. Let's go search for some other cameras here. We've been hanging out with Mobile and Pensacola Beach and Escambia County, Florida. Let's go see. Okay. I gotta try to. This is a cool one here. So this is the Pensacola Bay Bridge. This is from Florida 511. Let me try to work on, because I didn't have it framed up for this. Let me try to find my source where I have the actual thing so I can make it a little bit bigger. Stand by just 1 second. But this is crazy. Wait till you see the zoomed out version of this. The palm trees are going crazy. Okay, found the actual thing. Okay, so there it is. That is the Pensacola Bay Bridge. That's crazy. I mean, look at that. I mean, look, it almost looks like a tropical storm with snow, the way that the palm trees are blowing. Nice. I love it. Coco Raz. Kenny coming in with the knowledge here. All-time snow event record for Mobile is 6 inches in 1895. That's the kind of the storm of record for a lot of the Gulf Coast, 1895. And all that stuff. Just absolutely out of control. He says the record is in jeopardy. Absolutely. Let's take a look at the radar real quick, and then we're going to take a quick break. Meteorologist David Nazarrio is here as well, and he's going to take over the stream. I've got a 6 o'clock newscast to get ready for the Orlando area. Well, we're going to talk a little more on the impacts of a few little sleet pellets trying to sneak into Central Florida. And of course, we're going to talk a lot about this too. So don't forget to tune in to News 6 at 4. Meteorologist Julie Broughton and Samara Kokinos are going to break things down for you in team coverage. And then it'll be me and Samara at 6 breaking things down as we just, again, highlight this out of control weather event that is going on right now. Just absolutely insane. So I am going to leave you guys with a loop. We are going to be right back. Don't go anywhere. Hey, again, I want to thank you. If David ends up taking over right after this break, I want to thank you guys again for hanging out with me, hanging out with the Just Weather channel, hanging out on the News 6 page, and pinpointing this ridiculous, historic event. It's been a lot of fun. I'm glad it's not a hurricane. I'll be frank about that. But thank you guys for all the reports. Thank you, John, again for going out and measuring. Whenever you want to measure, just do that and post in the comments again. Anybody that wants to do that, again, make sure you're measuring on a hard surface so that we get the accurate report because it'll kind of sink into the grass a little bit. So just keep that in mind. Keep on monitoring that. Again, this storm is going to continue through the evening and then gradually wind down through the overnight, depending upon where you are from west to east. So again, we got you covered. We're watching it here. If you have found this live stream helpful, please hit that thumbs up button. If you like talking about the weather and just like weather content in general, do me a favor, hit that subscribe button. We're trying to grow this community to get some of the misinformation and fake news when it comes to the weather off of YouTube. That is our mission here. At WKMG News 6 and on the Just Weather page. And that's what we're all about here. So if you want to be a part of that and help with that defense and help with the hype for the people that, again, rely on weather information and just don't want to be scared all the time, please do me a favor. Again, hit that subscribe button. We have almost daily weather content, weather videos that come out and forecast for a lot of areas across the country. So would love to have you on board and join the team. All you need to do is hit that subscribe button. You know the drill, guys. Hey, thanks so much. Stay warm. Be safe out there. We'll see you in a little bit. Meteorologist David Nazarrio might be popping on in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Thank you guys a ton. This has been a great day, historic day for a lot of the Gulf Coast. Thanks, guys.
What's going on, everybody? Now it's my turn to take the reins. This is News 6 digital meteorologist David Nazarrio. We're back tracking all the snowfall that we have ongoing right now. It is a wild ride out there, let me tell you. I've just been here for about 20, 30 some odd minutes, and I'm just taking all this in, looking at some of the live cameras, especially out of Pensacola Beach, with the tropical storm conditions coupled with the heavy snowfall. We're definitely approaching blizzard criteria. But thanks so much for popping in, everybody. It looks like we have a fairly wonderful audience on both News 6 and on Just Weather. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. We were putzing around with a couple of the different overlays, and we accidentally moved ourselves over back into what was streaming so you guys could see us while we were still muted. But I was more or less getting a bit of a changeover and whatnot. And I just saw that, yeah, someone's mentioning that we are now getting snow in Panama City. So it is definitely continuing on. I have a couple viewers who tune into my social media specifically out of Tallahassee, and I would imagine the snow is probably going to be working its way in there within the next 2 to 3 hours, especially once the sun goes down and the temperatures start to cool down even more, and that gradient can continue to move off towards the east. So that's kind of exciting, not going to lie. That's pretty impressive, getting snowfall down that far to the south. I live in the places that are getting hit, and honestly, I love it. I mean, no school, and I get to see fresh snow for the first time. Timothy, I believe, over on our News 6 channel. Let me double check. Let's see. Yep, over on News 6 says they're excited about the snow, which, truthfully, I'm excited for you all. I wish I could be up there. I'd pitched the idea that I would go up there and kind of get in the field for this event, but unfortunately it was too soon or too late too soon, however you want to describe it, and I just didn't have the time to pre-coordinate it enough. But you can see Panama City is right here, and we are starting to get into that mix. Let me go ahead and let's change it. Let's go to the Panama City radar. There it is. So you can see, I know that this high resolution radar out of Panama City doesn't quite do the trick. You can't really see the difference between the rain and the snow, but you can kind of get a bit of an idea if you look closely at the way the reflectivity is coming through down here to the south of Panama City. But then if you look at how fuzzy and hazy the returns are to the north of Panama City and the northwest, that's your rain-snow line, and it's pretty incredible that you can see it on camera on the reflectivity. Let's see, let's go to winter. Jonathan had just got me up to speed on all this. There we go. Winter products. Does this work? Nope. Does that work? Nope. Nope. There go your snowfall totals. Let's do a couple queries on that. Get our dropper tool. 1.2 inches. Pensacola is at about an inch of snowfall. I feel like this is a little latent. I feel like we've got a little bit more going on out there right now. You hear it's good to see you as well. Those dark colors going to bring some heavy snow. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Big time snow. Go back to level 2 reflectivity. Yeah, you can see it right in through here. There's your delineation between rain and snow. It's difficult if you're not used to it through the naked eye, just looking at your regular reflectivity like this, but you can tell that Pensacola, everything to the north of where I've drawn my yellow line is all going to be well below freezing, fully frozen profile. Northern Bay County, Gary, that's awesome. Northern Bay County has a nice dusting of snowfall going on. Tallahassee should honestly be right up next, truthfully. 5.52 inches Pensacola near downtown, about 1,500 feet from the bay. I measure about 5.12, I would say about an hour ago. So yeah, it is really coming down. That snow total overlay earlier might be just a little behind. Go back to our composite radar. There we go. Oh, yeah, it's definitely working in. Whoops, I got to turn my telestrator off. And then what I'm particularly excited about is the fact that this snow band, we're getting a nice treat if you're tuning in from Georgia or the Carolinas, because the models definitely flew the coop on this one. The models were initially thinking that we were going to get maybe this kind of snow accumulation, a snow line, as it went up through southern Georgia, through the Carolinas. If we have anybody over on Just Weather up in Georgia or the Carolinas at all, please somebody tune in on the chat. Let us know what you're seeing up there, because it definitely looks like we're getting a lot of decent snow. I mean, nothing too heavy or extensive, but all the way up through Atlanta, Columbia, Augusta, Charlotte kind of getting in the mix. Raleigh, Durham kind of in a bit of a dead zone there, but that's still not so bad. We have a pretty nice snow line that's just establishing itself everywhere. And then here in Central Florida, I'm a little surprised. I thought we were going to have a lot more in terms of the rainfall, but if you look, we're pretty broken up right now. In fact, some of us might be just entirely done with the rain until the backside of this system can finally start to work its way in. There's really not a lot out there. I was driving in and we had intermittent sprinkles every now and again. I was coming from the NRC in Orlando near the airport, headed north. I want to take a look at the satellite. Let me turn this off real quick, clear the ink again. I want to see, what does the satellite look like? I want us to take a look at the actual storm system itself. Let's see, does Jonathan have a, here we go. There's all your snowfall up there. Wow, yeah, that is a very stretched out system. And you know, for those of you who may have already been briefed up to speed by Jonathan earlier in the live stream, I'll admit, I was a little mind blown when I heard that the hurricane hunters actually went into this system. I thought to myself, wait, it's too early to hear hurricane hunters. There's a lot of good stuff happening out there, though. This shot here, this was definitely earlier. Let me go ahead and play it for you. There we go. So yeah, the jet looks like it's really helping to up the forward speed of this system. By tonight, we're probably going to be completely inundated over northern Florida. Maybe not so much into as far east as Jacksonville, St. Augustine, the upper northeast quadrant of Florida, but I do think much of the rest of the panhandle and just to the immediate north of our viewing area in central Florida will start to feel the wintry impacts. Pretty cool, too, how you can see here, as a matter of fact, come back over here. We'll go to the analysis again so I can draw on this. I think it's pretty neat how you can see the cold air has tried to intrude into the Gulf here, the Gulf of soon to be America. That's going to take some practice there. And then you can quickly see how the waters of the Gulf of Mexico transition it back to rainfall with some pockets of mixed wintry precip here. There's some there, some there. Michelle Carmichael over on Just Weather. Yep, I would imagine it's going to be there very soon. You can kind of see it here. I'll take us in for a very close look. Getting close. You might get a little bit of rainfall before this can finally transition over. I'm pretty sure that the temperatures are going to be adjusting slowly but surely as we go through. Let me see. I know that Jonathan had a overlay. Yeah, there we go. You can see those frigid temperatures are slowly making their way in. We're not quite cold enough just yet. I can maybe pull up a skew-T out of that area and see exactly what's going on. But 20-degree temperature gradient within only 100 miles. That's very impressive. Some frigid Arctic air coming down. A secondary cold push is what it looks like. Pros perpetuity, I completely agree. It's always going to be, we've been saying Gulf of Mexico for so long now that, I don't know, it just doesn't quite roll off. Gulf of America. At that rate, maybe call it the American Gulf or something like that. I don't know if you're really that adamant about changing the name. But how's everybody doing out there? I see we do have a lot of viewers out there. Let's get it a My bad. I tapped it with my chin and it turned off. Nothing in Panama City, 24/12. Tycho Steamboat over on the News 6 YouTube channel. Yeah, Sergeant Mayhem over on Just Weather. I'm surprised I tapped it with my chin and it turned off. That's weird. I thought you had to actually tap the light here. So it is definitely getting cold, that's for sure. Let me see if we have a couple of cameras that I can pull up, bring them nice and close for you guys to see. I got to mess around with some of these overlays. Lawrence over in Ocala, okay. Ocala is going to try to get in on some of the icy action. Ocala could possibly see some ice as this continues to go downhill. Let's see what the clouds and rain radar, future radar has for us. So the rain is going to back build. Oh, and then tomorrow doesn't look like it's going to be a complete washout. What model is this? The HRRR? It looks like it's going to be far more scattered and spotty, truthfully, the rainfall. The models made it seem as if we were going to be in for a heavy rain event. I'm surprised. There we go. And then it starts to really crank as we go through Wednesday morning. Oh, and then we're done by middle of the day on Wednesday. Wow, I definitely wasn't anticipating that either. But there you go. Ocala kind of getting into that wintry mix as we get closer to sunrise tomorrow morning. Gainesville possibly see some snow. The HRRR is calling for it. Dixie County. Let me take a look for you real quick over on the News 6. See Parkey. Not familiar with Dixie County, but let's take a quick glance for you. Oh, you're right outside of Steenhatchee. See Parkey over on News 6. How did you fare during the hurricane season? Because Steenhatchee, that's pretty close to Perry and Cedar Key, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken. So you were right there next to where Helene had made landfall. I can see that area, that county getting a little bit of the snowfall. You can see it in the map overlay right there, the future radar. Looks like we're getting a rain-snow mix, some ice up there. What a bummer. And you guys probably received the right side of it, too, the leading edge of Helene. And Debbie, as a matter of fact. Debbie came ashore pretty much almost spot on with where Helene had hit. It's 25 here in Pensacola. That sounds about right. We are freezing up there, big time. Here's a quick glance at your forecast highs for tomorrow. So Gainesville, Ocala, all of our Northwest viewers in Central Florida could definitely stay icy, definitely stay frigid, especially as our winds continue to crank up. And there you go. If your area up there in the northwest border of our DMA there is at or below freezing, you are definitely in the running for some wintry impacts. And you can see Parkey. I'll go ahead and bring up our dropper tool. 31 degrees up there, 28 degrees. Go ahead and move. There you go. So a lot of us are going to be well below freezing. So as that moisture finally works its way in, we could get some wintry impacts kind of pushing in through the Big Bend area. So I'll definitely keep your eyes open between 4 to 6 a.m. I know it's not going to be daylight outside just yet, but you can still venture outside and do a quick little check of things. Nathan Tucker, it's mind-blowing, huh? Seeing the snowfall on the weather app. New Smyrna Beach, yeah, no. Unfortunately, we're not going to see it that far to the south. If you were seeing the snow in New Smyrna out here, I would imagine we're probably going to feel some of it in Orlando, but no, I really do think that it's going to stay right about there. Icy conditions for parts of Ocala and Dunellen, if I'm saying that right, Dunellen. Denellen? Somebody correct me, please, because I got messed up the other day on air when we had severe weather going through. Somebody wrote us and said that I can't be trusted because I can't say some of the names of Florida. April showers, spring shower, or spring flowers over on the News 6 YouTube channel. What about South Georgia? South Georgia will definitely continue to see the snowfall. That is for sure. Denellen, pros perpetuity. That's the correct way, Denellen. Let's go back over to our radar. So as you can see, this is one thing I love to tell all of my viewers about these snow systems. It's one thing the models show us, especially days in advance, because we have been tracking this for a while. We've been tracking this for about 5 to 7 days. If you want to go over and check out my Instagram and my TikTok, thank God we're back on TikTok. We're probably going to be streaming simultaneously on TikTok here once we come back from our first break in about 15, 20 minutes. But the one thing I like about radar and these snow systems is once you get a feature on the map, it becomes a lot easier to track and dial in the snow totals because you can essentially use a method called extrapolation. If all your heaviest snowfall is occurring here and the system's tracking off like this, you can more or less guesstimate that anywhere in these dotted lines here are going to be seeing very similar impacts. Now, I will say, as the low pressure, albeit very elongated, starts to pull in a bit more warm, moist air from the Gulf Stream and the Western Atlantic, models do suggest that our snow band is going to try to taper off as it gets into the Carolinas. But regardless, we're still seeing some stuff up there now. So we could still get away with some decent snow totals up there, especially since it looks like current temperatures up there are well below freezing. Yeah, there you have it. We'll go back. We'll go take you down in. You can see where the core of that Arctic air is. Milwaukee at a flat 0 degrees right now. 28 in Raleigh, 23 in Atlanta, 48 in Panama City. And that's probably going to plummet here in a little while. Melissa Riley over on Just Weather. I completely agree. Because politely, with all due respect, yes, there are some geography classes that we have to take, but they're not over here making you memorize every city, every town, every street, every county across the globe. Nathan Tucker, wow. That's awesome. Nathan Tucker over on News 6 says, last time it snowed, he was a kid, and now he is 45. That is very exciting. That is definitely, this is a generational event for sure. I hope everybody up there is being safe as they go about their business, but also taking full advantage of this. Kind of makes me a little more sad on the inside, a little more melancholy, because I love sitting down with everybody and talking weather and examining this event, but at the same time, like, shucks, it's so close. Take a 3-hour trip and bam, right in the neck of it or right in the heat of it. Yeah, John Connor, watch out for the T1000. No, just kidding. But I completely agree. This is going to be a legitimate, full-fledged, almost like Midwest, Great Lakes, Northeast. I'm trying not to sneeze. Snow event, especially for Floridians who are not accustomed to this whatsoever. We are not going to be reporting into work the next day. I know I have a close friend of mine up there in Jacksonville, and they shut down the Navy base. Big Vic 2 also over on News 6. I appreciate that. Keep up the good work. I will. So I'm going to go ahead and add a chart to this. Pull up our satellite. I want to see what's going on out there. We'll do our regional infrared satellites. We can all take a look at this system together. Wow, look at how diffuse that thing is. You can't even really tell where it is particular. Let me move over so you can see the big picture there. Change the infrared enhancement on this. There we go. Wow, yeah, look at that. What a gorgeous satellite shot. So you could kind of make a case that our area, let me play it and see if we can find it. Yeah, it's pretty neat how you can see that there's a couple of things, a couple different things going on here. We have what looks to be one area of frontal activity going through right there where you can see that really fine band of infrared returns is what we'll call it. But then you can see how closer to ground level, like through Little Rock, Dallas, Nashville, we have northerly flow. And that's what's helping to reinforce all this snowfall that's ongoing for pretty much the entirety of the Gulf coastline up into the Carolinas. And it looks like, based on our national radar, it is finally starting to make its way into the Virginia area. Maybe a very light snow band, very light at best. Yeah, there you go. With some snowfall still ongoing over the Appalachians, Kentucky, southern Ohio. Look at all that lake effect up there, too. The Northeast is still feeling some of that lake effect snow. Lauren over on News 6 says they have not closed UPS. Wow. I believe it, though. I'm sure there's still some people out there who are working and doing their thing. Earlier, Jonathan and I were looking at the traffic cams from out of Pensacola, and even though we had tropical storm force winds ripping with these near borderline bona fide blizzard conditions, that's a tongue twister, borderline bona fide blizzard conditions, there was still a decent amount of traffic out there. Car going, grooving and moving. Let's see, what do we got here? My channel over on News 6, I completely agree. In this type of a scenario, there is no reason for you to be out. Absolutely no reason for you to be out, especially because this is a bizarre setup for the state of Florida, whether you're a North, Central, or Southern Floridian. Although I will say I do find this very funny. Let me see if I can pull it up. I thought this was low-key hilarious. Yeah, look at that. What a difference. We have all the seasons going on in Florida right now. All the seasons. You could pick your poison. You can pick your poison if you want. You could either head up north, catch the full-fledged force of winter, hang out in Central Florida, kind of a little rainy, a little muggy. Well, not muggy, excuse me, but a little moist out there. Kind of feels like a late fall, early spring type scenario. And then if you want to get into bona fide spring, if not summertime, head to South Florida. So I think that's funny. We have all the seasons currently ongoing in Florida, and we've had a pretty rough week, truthfully. When I was doing the morning shows over this past weekend, we had all types of severe weather and a isolated tornado, if I'm not mistaken, up there near Flagler County. A very quick spin up. I don't believe it was ever confirmed, but I know that it was radar derived. No, Melissa, I agree. Thank God we're not talking about hurricanes right now. But you never know. We've got time before you know it. With as fast time is going, it's only a matter of time before we're back talking tropics and whatnot. Oh, we do have water vapor. Okay. This is what I was looking for. Look at that trough digging in right there. Moving through Texas, Dallas, Fort Worth, finally seeing it. Houston also starting to see it. That's what's helping to create that big swath of snowfall. Michelle Carmichael says, we moved to Tallahassee from north of Fort Lauderdale about 15 years ago. Best decision ever. Tycho Steamboat over on News 6. I'm from Nebraska. Worst weather in the USA. I can testify to that. I used to forecast for Nebraska. Lived in Colorado for 14 years. Also forecasted for Colorado. Moved to PCB to retire from the snow. I didn't sign up for this. Sorry about that. We didn't sign up for this either. Mother Nature decided she was going to throw a curveball at us, a big-time curveball. But yeah, if you look at that, we have a pretty aggressive pattern ongoing right now. I'll zoom us around a little bit so you can see And I'll adjust the water vapor just a bit, turn down the smoothness some. There we go. Now we can see. This is what wind shear will do to a system. This is right underneath the jet. Look at how stretched out it is. Thing is completely stretched out like an accordion. Got all the heaviest snowfall happening right in through there. The water vapor actually does a pretty decent job of picking that up. Looks like we have snowfall ongoing there as well. Change it to infrared real quick. There it is. Yep, now you can see it. Pretty neat how it's so vibrantly showing up on satellite. I would assume black ice is possible, Lauren Loving. I would imagine so, especially if we get as cold as some of the models are predicting for overnight lows. Let's see. So you can see that Gainesville is going to be at 30. Jacksonville is right here. Let me get my dropper tool so we can take a look at what the model is predicting. Oh, yeah, there you go. Below freezing, 30 degrees by tomorrow morning. Outer lying areas 27, 27 to the south, 31, 29, 33. So it isn't until you get into Flagler County where you are at least a decent tick away from freezing. And when I say decent tick, I know that it's only 1 or 2 degrees, but believe it or not, that makes the difference. Just started snowing in Panama City. Modest Lady K, are you out of Jacksonville as well, watching over on the News 6 YouTube channel? Is that what you're asking? What can we expect in Jacksonville? Kenny Carter over on Just Weather. I'm near certain I got 4 to 6 inches here in Ensley Ferry Pass. That sounds believable. That sounds very doable. Let me clear my telestration here, all my drawing and doodling. Oh, Tallahassee. Well, your conditions are about to go downhill right now. We're going to be getting into the wind and the snow. It looks like we have an extension of that mixed precip headed in. Jacksonville's also going to get in on this. I know that the European model is still fervent that this rain-snow line is going to travel through like so, give or take. This area is a bit of a wild card, but I'm pretty sure Jacksonville is going to get in on some of this wintry action, especially if our temperatures do drop as low as the model we just showed. See if I can pull over the cameras real quick. I know below me here on the right or on the left-hand side, downstairs here, that's Pensacola. I believe that's Pensacola Beach, as a matter of fact, as well. Ed, I wish I could say that Orlando was going to get some of this action, but sad to say, no, we're just going to be rainy. Just going to be rainy. Let's go ahead and pull up our in-house model so we can take a look and see what that's thinking. This is our latest in-house Barron model for tonight. Yeah, there you go. So the Barron model definitely thinks that you guys are going to experience that wintry mix up towards the north here if you look. This is Wednesday at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3, 4. Some of it even trying to get down into Ocala and Palm Coast. Very marginal amounts. It could be mixy. Could kind of be mixy. Beverly, that is a risk. That is a risk, definitely, that you'd be taking. Well, not you specifically, but your son. Melissa Riley over on Just Weather. Think we could see snow in New Smyrna Beach in the future? I don't think so. It would take a lot. It would take a lot. Snow is going to be working in to Tallahassee here within the next hour or two, I would imagine, possibly sooner than that. And if areas to your immediate west are seeing anywhere between 4 to even 8 inches, looks like the snow band starts to clear up. This model here has you starting to go downhill here within the next couple of hours. There's 4. And by 5 o'clock, so in the next 15, 20 minutes is when we start to get into those wintry conditions if the precip is there. And then by after sunset, between 8 and 9 o'clock is when the snow is going to build in. And then we can start to see those totals begin to pile up. Let me delete that and bring up the snow so we can see. Actually, you know what? Close this. Let's go to the state. Did I just turn my mic off again? State snow. Where are we at? There we go. Now we can see it for everybody. There we go. So Tallahassee, we can kind of just roll it forward. I'll zoom in for y'all so you can see. This is what our in-house model is thinking. So there will be a cutoff. Right through here is what the model is thinking anyways. And then the snowfall continues up the coastline. Jacksonville not getting much. I'm going to switch us over here in a second to the sleet, though. I feel like the sleet and the ice is going to be different for up there. Yep, there it goes. Possibly a mixed type of event the further east you go. Kenny Carter, that is a heck of a question, to tell you the truth. Let me fade myself back in. Heck of a question. How much do you agree with people calling this a once-in-a-lifetime or once-in-a-generation storm? I don't know if I would go as far as to say lifetime, but I would definitely say this is a generational storm for sure. On the models right now, I really don't see anything big on the immediate horizon. Let me go ahead and take a look, because I know we have some of our new data in. And obviously that could change, but as of right now, this looks like it's going to be a finale for a little while. Let's see, we got the 12Z Euro in. Yeah. Oh, there we go. A little something by the time we get to the very tail end of January. But obviously that's probably going to change because that's already 200 plus hours out in time. All the models are definitely much more calm going forward. Let's see what the AI model is thinking, because I know the AI was kind of pinpointing decent sized system. Yeah, so I guess end of the month is when our models anyways are kind of hinting towards another storm system, but obviously massive difference in comparison to what we're seeing here. So we have sleet falling. Okay, that makes sense. It will transition soon, though. Michelle, you are at a Tallahassee, right? Somewhere in the Panhandle? Oh, and also April showers over on New 6. Where in Georgia is Wayne County particularly? Are you north, south, southwest, south central, southeast? Yeah, and look how the winds are really going, too. We've got some pretty decent winds. It's pretty impressive. Yeah, Tallahassee, you're probably inside the mixed precip right now. Ice probably accruing. Yeah, there's a lot of wind in this system. It's very impressive, honestly. Wow, we have power out in Polk in Orange County. Huh. That's interesting. I wonder why that is. No new power outages just yet. Pensacola. Nothing too crazy. John Connor over on Just Weather. Well, lesson learned here: when the heavy snow, I should have listened. My backyard tent over my hot tub collapsed. That is a bummer. I'm sorry to hear that. Go back to my level 2 radar. Once again, though, the radar is such a fantastic tool. You can kind of see if this thing would cooperate. Trying to move over. There we go. If you look really closely, this is the high resolution, the super resolution. And if you look right there, I'm going to draw it in for you. You can see the difference between this lump of precip and then this lump of precip. This is definitely your snow here. I would say this is probably, I'm going to write up, unknown precip. And the reason I put up is that's what we used to use in our surface observations when our TMQ-53s or FMQ-19s would register any kind of wintry impacts, whether it be freezing rain, freezing drizzle, ice pellets. I think we registered ice pellets, sleet, grapple. And then, yeah, you can see here, I'll go ahead and clear my illustration. Yeah, look at that. We got some pretty decent winds out there right now. The further west you go, gets even stronger. Let's head back to the satellite, though, so we can kind of take a look at this thing and track it forward. Here we go. We'll use this. Do that. We'll play it from here. Florida blizzard of 25. That is absolutely right. Might not be 110% blizzard conditions. Very close. We'll have to see if some of those stronger gusts can mix over. All right, so let's take this out in time. You can see the precip is getting into Tallahassee. Yeah, right about where we had drawn it, looking at it earlier, you can see where that transitional point is. I'll fast forward to now, and there you go. Take us full screen so you guys can see a little bit better. There's your freezing line. That's why we make that transition, because what's happening is we have warmer air from the south running over the cold air that's coming in out of the northwest. So there is that bit of bleed over as that warm air encounters the coldest air down at the surface. That's why we're getting that sleet, freezing rain signature before it fully goes into snowfall. And that's going to be cranking into Tallahassee here very soon. Panama City, you're right on the border of seeing the snowfall creeping in. Apalachicola, probably going to see some. It's going to be close. It might just be a mixed event down there. You might be too close to the Gulf of Mexico to really fully tap into it. But if this thing has some good punch to it. Alrighty, Melissa, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you again soon. Nancy, welcome in. Good to see you. Where did my other satellite image go? Here we go. Now, I know the title here, the banner says water vapor, but I've gone ahead and switched us over to the infrared. Let me clear my ink out of the way so we can see. So this entire area here, not only being pulled apart by the jet stream, the jet's moving through like this. We have a very broad trough axis driving all this Arctic air down. Our low pressure is somewhere down in through here, for sure. But you can see just how much stretching is going on with this system. Base of our trough is somewhere back through Texas right now. And as a result, the jet is just creating huge amounts of not only what's called diffluence in the upper levels, but divergence down at the surface, which is fueling this system's intensity. Witnessed snow in South Florida twice in 38 years. So it does happen. Can definitely happen. Oh, yeah, exactly. I agree. Kenny Carter over on Just Weather. Let me pull your comment over. That is true. And it's thanks to that shearing effect that we're starting to see a lot of that snowfall really extend out. There's your main snow band right there. That's all snowfall, where you can see the colder temperatures on the infrared satellite here. And since it is so weak, we're allowing a lot of that cold air to simply marinate over the upper Gulf Coast, and we're not seeing as much warmth being injected to the southeast and especially Florida. That's why we're still so cold out here. The previous system that we had was definitely much stronger. I stepped outside around like 2, 3 in the morning to come in for the morning show, and you could feel the humidity, feel the heat. Obviously, the relative heat. We're not talking like 100-degree temperatures or anything like that, but you can feel the noticeable difference in our air mass, and that's how I knew immediately we're going to see severe weather today. And we did. We saw a lot of it. I think we probably could have gone to a level 2 risk as opposed to just the marginal risk that Storm Prediction Center had us under. E-War mapping over here on Just Weather saying that there's a ton of snow in Panama City. Go ahead and switch over to the national radar so we can take a look. There we go. Yep. It's coming down. You finally crossed over. And obviously, as we all know, there is never an instance where weather behaves in black and white lines. So even though you see that transition from pink to blue here, there's obviously going to be some bleed over. Naturally, with the atmosphere, things are not going to move in straight lines. Everything always wiggles and wobbles and adjusts and modifies. But you can see now we're getting close. There goes another update on the radar. Tallahassee, you are almost there. Apalachicola will probably get into some of it. It's going to try to reach its grasp down that far to the southeast. Quincy's in it. Chattahoochee. Almost into the Tallahassee city limits. You got to be maybe like 20, 30 miles off right now. There we go. One Nation Weather. Thank you very much for tuning in over on Just Weather. Snow flurries breaking out for some in South Carolina. Many reports from the central counties, even up to the upstate, of at the minimum flurries. Fun to see unfolding. Yeah, the system is most definitely overperforming further up towards the north and east. Most definitely. You can see it right here on the radar. Starting to see a little bit trying to squeak up into the eastern border of Tennessee even. Atlanta's definitely in the snowfall now. I know a lot of folks are going to be excited about that. Once we come back, I think I'm definitely going to get going on a live stream over on TikTok, bring some more viewers in for us. Since Just Weather kind of caters to that national outlook, and then we'll obviously continue to pay a focus to Florida. For our Central Floridians, we're starting to see the rainfall slowly building back in with that westerly onshore flow. Going to see some decent totals, I would imagine. Let's see here. Let me switch over to level 2. We'll go down to Tampa Bay. Go to level 2, and you can see, yeah, just a lot of the more frustrating rains, to tell you the truth, take you on in. There are really no high tops with this. If you look, maybe a bit of the spotty yellow returns here, which just shows that our vertical extent in these shower complexes are a little bit higher, but all that is going to be your rain rate. Nothing significant. It's very, very spotty showers. These are bona fide showers. And yeah, you can see over the last 24 hours, we've gotten some decent amounts, some much-needed rain. I know a lot of our lawns are going to be okay with this. Very thankful for this. Kissimmee, 1/4 inch. Winter Springs, probably going to be heavier as you get closer to the coast. Tampa, St. Petersburg, Bradenton, yep, getting closer to that inch amount. Sarasota, and we aren't even in the full extent of the heavier rainfall. That's coming within the next 4 to 6 hours. It'll finally start to encroach on the west coast. There it is. Michelle Carmichael confirms it over on Just Weather. We have flurries beginning to make their way into Tallahassee. Let's go back up there. I'm going to switch the radar again. Go back to Panama City, and we'll go to the level 2 so we can see if we can draw in our rain snow line. Yeah, it looks like it's starting to get in there. Let me go to the super resolution so we can see a little bit better. It looks like our rain snow line is right in through here, give or take, right there. And I promise I'm not just guessing. If you look real close, let me get the ink out of the way. I'll zoom us down in very, very close. So if you look very closely, see how, and let me get her comment, and I'll zoom you in as well, get my face out of the way. Notice here in Blountstown, this is looking very like NES back in the day, Nintendo 64, 8-bit. It's very blocky, very blocky. But then if you go down just to the immediate south, closer to Panama City and especially Port St. Joe and Apalachicola, see how we're now more consistent in our yellow-orange returns here? That's where you can tell that your precipitation is changing. I kind of wish that we had, let me see. Yeah, bummer. We don't have any of our, see, do we have dual pole? Oh, we do. There we go. Very good. So we do have our dual pole. There we go. So now, basically what dual pole is, you're looking at, and let me pull myself back over so I can describe it. So with regular radar, like your regular reflectivity, velocity, where you're just trying to find rain, thunderstorms, possible supercells with your green and reds, you have one individual radar beam that goes out, bounces off that stuff, and comes back to you, and that's how you get your returns. With dual polarization as it's called, you get that individual beam, but then you get one kind of leveling through it. You get a 3-dimensional view, and it'll bounce off of your hydrometers, your lithometers as they're called, when they're actually atmospheric pieces or atmospheric particles that your 3-dimensional radar beam is bouncing off of. That's what this will help to delineate, and you can see how the snowfall is now working in to Tallahassee. This does a fantastic job. This is our differential reflectivity, and as the name implies, it's showing you the differences in your precip, and this is a fantastic gradient right there. You can see it. All this back behind it, notice how the differential kind of tapers off. It almost looks like, oh, well, there's nothing happening. That's because you have those fine ice crystals, the flakes that the radar is bouncing off of. It's not a full-fledged liquid particle, so obviously it's not going to carry as much oomph as it comes back to the radar. But then back here you have all those deeper colors of the greens, the turquoise, even some yellow and reds down there, or up there, I should say, to the northeast. There's your snow line. And so, yeah, just as confirmed in the chat right now, Tallahassee is starting to get in on it. You can see we are definitely well within it in Panama City, Lynn Haven. All the folks back behind there, you can see just nothing but snowfall. Let me see if we have differential phase. No, that's not going to do us very good. Even the correlation coefficient here does a fantastic job. And in fact, I would say this is probably a little bit more visually appealing for you all. You can see that snow line moving through the panhandle. There's Perry right there, as a matter of fact. Good old Perry, Florida. Hurricanes. Somehow I keep circling back to hurricanes. We're in the middle of a winter storm. But there you have it. Oh, that's the Miami radar. I don't want that. Forgetting which one. There we go. So it kind of looks like we're almost getting ready to clear out. Yeah, it looks like we're slowly but surely starting to clear out in Louisiana. Baton Rouge, you might still be getting some flurries, but it's starting to clear. New Orleans getting close. Gulfport's going to see snow for about another hour or so before this clears out. Mobile going to continue to see snow. Pensacola is going to continue to see snow. We've got some very strong winds, too. You can tell that the winds are fierce with how fast these reflectivities are blowing in out of the southwest, headed northeast. Jacksonville. Here we go. Once again, you can kind of see the difference. If you notice, our reflectivity, our returns here are a lot more chunky. They're thick. They look a lot more dense, whereas this looks very foggy. Obviously, we're further away from the radar, but still the same principle applies. These radars can go out a solid 200 to 300 some odd miles, and you can see the difference between our rain that we've been experiencing here in central and northern Florida, the peninsula, and how that transitions as you get closer to Tallahassee. How far east, south will snow and or ice go? So I'm thinking right now, based on the trends that we're seeing, it'd probably cut off right about there. As we get closer to the east coast, we're going to start pulling in a little bit more warmth from the Gulf Stream right off our coastline. And so that's why your band is going to start to kind of curve back up towards the north, and I'll show you that here in a second. Let's get over to our snowfall model. Go all the way to the end there, and you can see it starts to really curve back. I do think Jacksonville gets in on some of that snowfall, though. Let me see if I change the model. That's our in-house model. Let's go over to the HRRR. Yeah, see, the HRRR is definitely thinking we're going to get some snowfall up there. Not going to be much, and I would understand that completely. Maybe an inch or two. That makes sense. So I would say, given this bit of disparity in the models, we'll probably see that rain-snow line transitioning somewhere right through there. So the peninsula isn't going to see too much of it. Snow does look very different from rain. It looks a lot more hazy, more foggy, more almost thinly packed. Whereas if I were to switch us over to our radar in Central Florida, you can tell the bona fide returns are just more dense. They're more vibrant. Not too sure how to describe it best, but like I was saying earlier, when your radar beam goes through liquid water droplets, it has something completely thick and full to bounce back at your radar beam, and that's how you get those stronger returns, especially when the water droplets are more tightly packed in stronger systems. You get more of that yellow, darker yellow, orange to the reds, and then you get your very strong thunderstorms with those deep reds and sometimes magenta colors, whereas snowfall, because there's a lot less, I guess you can say, volume to it, you're not going to ever get that hefty of returns. I've seen instances where your returns can get into the yellows, but because we're dealing with legitimate crystallized features, we're not going to get as much as if we were staring at a severe thunderstorm in the face. Let's see if I can pull up a really good example. We'll go back down towards Central Florida. See how these returns, you can see that they're nice and tightly clustered. Very well tightly clustered, and they're full, they're vibrant. They're bouncing off all the liquid that's moving over the state of Florida. But then if I switch us back up over to, we'll go to the New Orleans radar, as a matter of fact. We'll go super high resolution. There's Central Florida again. get rid of my telestration there, and then we'll switch over to the New Orleans radar. Go super high resolution and see that? See how it's very, very uniform? We had one bit there of those yellow returns, and then they disappeared. Very, very uniform. And this is your super high resolution model. Not model, I'm sorry. Super high resolution reflectivity. Kimmy Lou over on News 6, I do think you have a shot to see snow. Our models are split. Our in-house model doesn't seem to think so. It'll be more of a sleet kind of scenario with some icing. The HRRR, the rapid refresh model, does think you can see about an inch or two of snowfall. So it's going to be close. You're likely going to see wintry conditions. Overnight tonight, Mimi. I wish I could tell you specifically, but since we're looking at such a stretched out, elongated system, to extrapolate down to the hour and the minute would be difficult. But I know between 4 to 6 o'clock in the morning is when conditions will really settle in for that general area. So I would say overnight before sunrise is when things will start to go downhill, if you will. Alrighty, everybody. So I am going to go ahead and grab some water real quick, hydrate my vocal cords, and I will be back within the next 20-25 minutes as we continue to dial in exactly what's going to be happening. And then once we come back as well, I'm going to bring up my TikTok so we can get even more viewers in here to talk snow event, answer as many questions as possible, and do a little bit of extended not extended, but short-range forecasting, we'll call, for northern Florida, southern Georgia, and then up through the Carolinas before we slowly but surely get to transitioning to just watching real-time exactly what continues to happen. All right, so don't go anywhere. If you're watching over on Just Weather, News 6, News 6 Plus, hang out with us. We'll be right back. I'll go ahead and get ready to boot up my ticker tape here so you guys can see what's going on. We'll go ahead and do a countdown. I have to build a little naming convention or name box for me as well. Let's see. Which one do I want to leave you all with? I know there was one that Jonathan had pulled up. Here we go. Alrighty, we'll be right back, folks. Like I said, stick around. If you are in northern Florida or southeastern Georgia, keep popping in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing. You guys are our eyes on the front lines as this system moves through. And eventually the rest of us are going to be enveloped by this system. If you look here on our national radar before I transition into the pause, you can see all that big snow swath reaching in from Virginia down to the Gulf Coast of Louisiana. That's just going to keep moving off towards the east. I know it's gone now. Let me fade you back in so you can see it here. All this right there is just going to keep moving off in this general direction. So Jacksonville, it's going to be close. You are more inland, but you have that influence of the waters just off the coast. So you're going to be in that wintry mix, and you could realize some snow if we can get cold enough. The models do think it'll be cold enough throughout the entire vertical profile, but we'll see. We'll continue to forecast and dial that in for you when we come back. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll be back in a jiff. The reason why I know this Go back to that news one. All right.
And I am not.
No, go to the comments.
Yes.
Right there. Okay. So go to
Is that to, decorating the front?
Okay. Keep that up. Let's scroll back down to the side. Yep. So go to there. So click banner pick here. Search. Click U.S. men. You get U.S. soccer.
Okay.
There. Wait. Now drag it over to banner pick.
Is this gonna edit the one that's in news though?
No, because this is open. Then you click and drag it here. So let's change it. So go to So put that in the banner. Et voila! And now put that dude's name in there. And then underneath put U.S. men's soccer. Et voila! And then click and drag. Et voila! So that's so until we get access to this, that's what you have to do.
Like,
Go into a new CG,
now Windows.
change it, and then it doesn't. It won't change it in the news,
Okay.
but so just click and drag it. So just do it with all of that.
I
Okay.
see what you mean.
Yeah.
Thank you. There he goes. Yeah, you're wearing those funky looking suits too. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I rock it, but I don't know about on TV. I'll change the pride ones too, because I did it already, but I'll change that. Okay. I'd fill it out a little bit more.
All right.
Where should I put this? I don't have a stand in here. Dang. I guess I can hold it. Let's see. Testing the lapel. Testing to make sure that we've got it working. Testing the lapel. Testing to make sure that we've got it working. So I can use this instead. Heavy snow and blizzard conditions are ongoing for the Gulf Coast, where Baton Rouge, southern Louisiana into New Orleans, and an extension all the way up into the Carolinas are seeing heavy amounts of snow, anywhere between 4 to approaching 8+ inches, with almost tropical storm level winds within this system as it continues to elongate and slowly push off towards the east-northeast. Folks, the snow is definitely overperforming with this system, where you can see these shades of lighter greens extending through much of central and even northern Georgia into the Carolinas, trying to get up into Virginia. That is all snowfall. And I've had a few of you confirm in South Carolina moving into central North Carolina, we are realizing the snowfall, and this is going to persist for the next 12 to 18 hours as we get closer to the West Atlantic. Heavy snow and almost blizzard conditions are ongoing for the upper Gulf coastline, now extending all the way through the Carolinas. We have reports that anywhere in southern Louisiana, eastern Texas, now beginning to extend further through Mississippi and Alabama, as well as the Florida Panhandle. Reports of anywhere between 4 to 8+ inches of snowfall with almost tropical storm level conditions in terms of winds. No, you're fucking it up. The Gulf Coast is being buffeted by heavy snow and blizzard-like conditions with tropical storm force winds right on the immediate coastline, and reports coming out of eastern Texas, southern Louisiana, Mississippi, extending into the panhandle of Florida and Alabama, 4 to 8+ inches of snowfall, and we are still going, now getting into the greater Tallahassee area and southern central Georgia, and where you guys can see this band of light green returns here extending through central and northern Georgia, the Carolinas reaching its extent into southern Virginia, that is all snowfall. So for a lot of you, we can happily say this system is in fact overperforming, and if you're starting to see trace if not a dusting of snowfall where you are in the mid-Atlantic, this is going to persist for another 12 to 18 hours. This is precisely why we're getting a lot of warm, moist air coming in from the south, interacting with this Arctic air mass that is kind of in the sweet spot. If you look, we're not too far south, but not too far to the north. So we can determine that as our low pressure continues to move through the central Gulf, it is going to start to slowly curve up towards the east-northeast, keeping a lot of us in Georgia, South, and North Carolina in the heaviest snow band, which will start to diminish just a little bit due to modification brought on by the warm Gulf Stream waters just off the southeast coast. But regardless, it looks like our snow chances continue to go up as we watch this in real time. This is our afternoon European model update, doing a fantastic job of capturing where your heavier snow band is currently along the upper Gulf coastline, moving into northern Florida and Georgia. Eventually, the Carolinas will start to receive this as we go through overnight tonight, with a bit of a clearing trend through the early half of tomorrow, Wednesday. That is when things are going to start to calm down, and we are going to stay very chilly thanks to this Arctic high pressure back up to our northwest. But regardless, you can see the models are doubling down on their snow coverage. The same thing with the GFS, and in fact, I would say this is another win for the American model. You can see the GFS keeps that large swath of snowfall, albeit lighter snowfall, currently for the mid-Atlantic coast, the Carolinas, Virginia, still some occurring back over the Appalachians, but if you track this forward and you look at what we have on satellite and radar, that's why I emphasize we got to wait until the system forms up. Now we can see where that snow band is going to continue to ride the jet stream, ride that temperature gradient up towards the east-northeast. So let me know, are you tuning in from the Carolinas, Virginia, even parts of Tennessee, West Virginia, Kentucky could get in on maybe a couple of the snow flurries as the system rockets off towards the east-northeast.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back. I am not Jonathan Kegges, but News 6 meteorologist David Nazarrio. And I do apologize. I didn't have myself muted there for a second. I jumped right into shooting some social media updates. So if you heard me talking and rambling and having to do a couple of additional takes because I talked over and stumbled, that was what you heard in the background. So I will go ahead and invite my TikTok audience in here momentarily. I'm going to have a bit of an abbreviated stretch in the live stream for a moment because we're getting ready to start our 6 o'clock show over here. And I want to go sync up with the television meteorologists here in a second as they get ready to go on air. Make sure that we're all singing the same tune and kind of just discuss with my cohorts. Oh, yeah, I mean, it wasn't anything wrong. I was just shooting for social media very quickly, so if it sounded like I was rambling stuff off in the background and you all were like, what is he talking about? I think I saw somebody mention, we can't see you, and it's like, well, yeah, sorry, I just didn't mute myself. That was why. But here is a look at our road conditions. These are our newest road conditions. I noticed this has updated from earlier, and you can see that we have a lot of snowy conditions for the southeast extending up into the Carolinas. Some of it is rainy. Some of it is more of a rain-snow mix. But regardless, we're starting to see that snow coverage extend off towards the east, running through southern Alabama, and surprisingly getting as far north as Atlanta. I know a lot of folks are probably excited about that. This is our snowfall that we're expecting through the entirety of the event if you're just joining us. This is a continuation of the snowfall that is already ongoing, and you can see that right now, this is what we're predicting through to 5 a.m. in the morning. So I know that some of these numbers here, for example, New Orleans, 3.1 inches, Pensacola, 5.5. This is from now through to 5 o'clock, so this is not fully accommodating for what has already fallen, and I'm kind of curious to see if this model verifies calling for as much snow in Bloomingdale and even Myrtle Beach. I have a lot of folks on TikTok who will tune in from Myrtle Beach and the Carolinas. Oh, yeah, Kimmy Lou over on News 6. Yes, I'd answered that question a little bit ago. I think she was in for that, as a matter of fact. Let's see. When do I want to bring up all of my TikTok folks? Bring them into the stream so we can all get down with the snowiness together. This I thought was an interesting graphic from Jonathan earlier, that we are now under a winter storm, and we had a very, very immense hurricane season from last year. We had Beryl as a Cat 1 into the Houston area. Then we all remember Francine into southern Louisiana. And then naturally, Florida had it rough with Helene, Debbie, and then Milton there down towards the southwest. It makes you wonder what's going to be coming up next for this hurricane season. Very good friend of mine out in New Orleans told me that the last time they saw a snow event in New Orleans was going into 2005. And I find that very eerie considering we just had 24 looking very very reminiscent, I'll say, not mimic, very reminiscent of 2004 for Florida. So I don't know. My gut says we're going to have to do some exploring as we roll down through time. Here's a quick glance at our snowfall reports. I'm going to have to go through and manually update these here in a moment. Baton Rouge sitting at 7 inches, probably approaching 8 by now, 8 plus. Gramercy, Louisiana, 3 inches. Mobile probably having exceeded 5 inches by now. Andalusia, Alabama, 3.5. Mount Vernon, Alabama at 2.5. Going to go back in momentarily after we take another break and I maybe go get some coffee or something like that and update those numbers for you. This was another thing, too, is we had some hurricane reconnaissance aircraft out there. I thought for a second, good Lord, am I going to pop open the NHC website and see a yellow blip in the Gulf of Mexico despite these wintry conditions? Because it is doable. If you all remember back in the day, we had winter storm / superstorm Sandy that made the transition from a tropical cyclone to an extratropical low pressure that brought hurricane conditions to the northeast alongside heavy rain and heavy snow. St. Johns County, I don't think we're going to see snow that far to the south. I think that's just a bit out of contention. A little bit out of contention. We're going to be too far to the south there. It'll probably end up cutting off about an hour or so to your north. So if you have the means of doing so and you can travel out safely, of course, then yeah, go take advantage of where some of those flurries are going to be falling. Road temperatures right now are still fairly high, but if I zoom us in up towards the northwest, you can see where that stark gradient is coming in. Tallahassee's officially into those below freezing temperatures, and it is coming in with a vengeance. In fact, I want to take us to the satellite here, and let me pull up our latest surface analysis, see if WPC is capturing it okay. They are not. So in that case, what I'm going to do here, stand by. I'm going to do something, whoops, that kind of hurt a little bit. I'm going to do something fun with you all. Let's do some surface analysis. Surface, let's go to theta E. Okay. So here is our theta E. I know it's a bit of a lopsided graphic to look at here, but the reason I like to use theta E is it's one of the best products for delineating between air masses. And if you look right now where we stand, we're just shortly after the 18 Zulu time frame. You can see all of our coldest temperatures up towards the north here. Let me pull up the Epic Pen on this computer because I know we have it. There it is. So we have our bona fide Arctic air up over here. That is where you see all the dark pinks, the hot pinks, and the magenta colors slowly streaming down towards the southeast. And notice the gradient right along the coast. It looks like we have a continuous coastal front. And when I say coastal front, I'm not talking like the big cold fronts that you'd see on your maps and all that, but because water naturally retains heat and is a bit better of a thermal carrier is what we'll call it, than land, that's why we have that stark contrast where we go from the Arctic shades of coloring over, say, for example, the boot of Louisiana, southern Alabama, Mississippi, the western Gulf, or the western peninsula, not the peninsula, my goodness, panhandle, wow. Get it together. Transitioning quickly to the turquoise, aquamarine, and then the green shades down in the Gulf itself. And then there's our elongated area of low pressure driving the warmer temps. And this is why I do think our snow band is going to start to collapse just a bit as we get more and more into the southeast. Is look at this gradient right up against the shoreline. That is the Gulf Stream helping to enhance a bit of the atmospheric characteristics or the temperature profile of your atmosphere. And notice as the system pulls in, that gradient doesn't go anywhere. You can see that coastal gradient begin to collapse as we go through very early Wednesday morning. See it all through the upper Gulf Coast, down into the central Gulf. You're starting to see an elongation of that gradient there. That's because the Arctic air is finally bullying that warmth out of the way. You're still going to be overrunning the warm Gulf of Mexico waters, Gulf of America, however you want to call it right now. But then right up against the Carolina, Georgia coastline there, the South Carolina coast, and even down into southern Florida, we still have those very vibrant, warmer-ish temperatures. And there's that secondary push of cold air. So by 0Z, 8 p.m. local time, we're going to be through the Big Bend of Florida, the secondary cold push, moving into Jacksonville by about 3Z, which is approximately 11 p.m. So about midnight is when your temperatures are going to start to go down, and then we'll start to see those wintry conditions picking back up for you guys. Take you full screen here so we can kind of dig into a couple more products. Here's our clouds and rain overlay. And this is brought to us courtesy of the European model. Euro being far more gratuitous with that rain and snowfall. No, it has snowed in Florida before. It's just been a very long time since it has done so. And you can see by about 9 o'clock, the European model is thinking we're going to start to see the approach of our more wintry conditions and start to slowly transition for Jacksonville, St. Mary's, Lakeside, St. Augustine, Gainesville still well to the south of where that transitional point begins to take effect. $10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and then midnight. Just as we were talking about, now we're starting to see that push of colder air coming through. And on top of that, we're going to start to irradiate some of what daytime heating could take place, get it out of the mix. And that's when our conditions are going to come down in terms of temperature, and they change from just the showery rain that we've experienced through the day today to our actual bona fide wintry impacts, the winter storm warnings. Verify the winter storm warnings, I should say, not just the winter storm. All right, what questions do I have? At about the top of the hour at 6 o'clock, like I said, I'm going to take another pause real fast to collaborate with the rest of our team who are still here as we get ready for our evening show. So I'll pull us back over to the live radar. That's out of New Orleans. Looks like we're getting close to the end out there. Very close to the end. Gulfport is almost done. Much of Mississippi is almost done, as a matter of fact, as well. Mobile is still going to be in it. Pensacola is still going to be in it. Much of the southeast now is where we're going to continue to see those persistent impacts. You can see this is pretty much almost all snow now. Switch us on over to our dual poll again so we can take a look. Some enhancement coming in off the Gulf. So the reach of the snow isn't too far south. It is not into Apalachicola or the Bay down there just yet either. Oh, Mimi, you're very welcome, of course. Tim Hall, I would say that midnight is probably a staple time frame, I would say. You'll probably try, depending on how much of that cold air can push in between now and before midnight, you'll start to see things try to trend in that direction, but midnight and forward from there is when things should kick in full swing. Kenny Carter, Mobile is over 6 inches, and Pensacola is now at 5 inches, at least from National Weather Service. And I'm fairly certain we have set the record if that's the case. Let me take a look. Do a quick interwebs search for you all. Yeah, so according to Google, all-time greatest snowfall in the Sunshine State is 4 inches in Milton, the irony in that name, outside of Pensacola on March 6th, 1954. So just outside, so I should say not just outside, but 71 years later, we have now set a new record, more than likely. I would imagine that we've just set a new record. Snow has gotten ankle deep out here in Pensacola. Thermostats on the outside of the house are reading below 25. That makes sense. Definitely makes sense. We're slowly but surely transitioning to full snow, it looks like, for Tallahassee. Starting to see those thicker, denser, more vibrant returns going away and moving south. So I would imagine that the actual, coldest air and the transition fully to snowfall is underway. You can see it here too. See how at the very beginning of the loop, I'll pause it at the beginning. See how at the very beginning of the loop, we had these much more aggressive returns, the shades of green here, the yellows and the greens extending up and through. But then as we go through time, those get bullied out of the way, and see how they get suppressed down towards the south. Now they're down in through here. Tallahassee's probably starting to get that accumulation going in full effect now as well. Tim Hall over on News 6, you're very welcome. Kenny Carter, that's a fair assessment. Some places near me actually have 7 inches. The record will surely be doubled or tripled. 100%. We're about to double it for Milton. I got to look and see where that is specifically, so we can do a bit of a check-in. Oh, yeah, most definitely. That's out there over just outside of Pensacola. Over in this general, there you go. We're still getting snowfall out there. So I would not be surprised if we have doubled the record from back in 1954. Yeah, it looks like now Florida's starting to get back into the denser shield of rainfall. That's what's going to persist for much of the day tomorrow. Can't really see it because the radar doesn't go quite as far out, but there's more rain out in the Gulf of Mexico that's just going to keep sweeping off towards the east. This is going to continue to extend off towards the east-northeast. So pretty hefty rain event for us Central Floridians, and then Northern Florida is going to be transitioning between rain, freezing conditions, possible icy conditions, and some occasional snowfall as we go through the night tonight. Tonight is the night for sure. So if you haven't gotten even a taste or an appetizer of the wintry impacts just yet and you're in Northern Florida, tonight is the night. And as we were mentioning earlier, between 10 p.m. to midnight is when things are really going to settle in. And then by the midnight hour and through to the early morning of tomorrow, but about 3 to 5 o'clock in the morning is when the worst will likely be occurring. And then as the sun comes up, naturally, because we are going to get some warmth, even though the clouds and the freezing temperatures are going to be in place, that's when things are slowly going to trend down. Slowly going to trend down. Haley, a good question to tell you the truth, especially since us Floridians aren't really trained for snowfall. Definitely wear high boots. You definitely want boots. You'll want waterproof boots, as a matter of fact, as well. You're not going through water, but remember, snow is frozen water. It's basically liquid water that is transformed due to the processes that are going on inside this system here. So you'll want pretty good galoshes, if not rainproof boots. You'll also want to make sure you're layered up because the winds are crazy out there. Multiple layers, not just one or two. Make sure you wear multiple layers. Beanie, protect your ears, protect your lips, protect the hands, and all that good jazz. So just make sure you're layered up, and anything that you're going to be messing around with in the snow, want to wear gloves. Make sure that you are well protected. You could wear gym shoes. Technically, you could, but, it might be a little uncomfortable after a while, especially once that snow starts to try to melt on you. You're probably going to also feel it trying to get through your shoes. Your feet are going to get cold. So just be careful with that. Wear 2 pairs of socks, and then make sure you change them out if you do start to sweat a little bit. All right. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and take another very quick break. And then once we come back up into sunset, we're going to be rocking together, talking where this system is headed and who else can see more impacts. Northern Bay County, we have at least an inch on the ground. It is falling like it is North Florida. Front desk, Pensacola here thinking we got 8 inches is crazy. That is crazy. 8 inches of snow. You round up and you're pushing a foot of snow. And we're not quite done yet. I think we have another hour, if not maybe just under that, 45 minutes of snowfall out there. For Pensacola, it could be an even hour. Mobile, Gulfport, Slidell, New Orleans are just about done. They're going to be wrapping up in the next 30 minutes. So Pensacola, I'd say you probably have another hour of heavier snowfall before this is all said and done. And then we can push this out ahead of us and be all good. Haley, I'd said 2 pairs of socks. You won't want 2 layers, though. You don't want just a t-shirt and a jacket. You want a t-shirt, a long sleeve. If you can put a sweater on and then a coat, make sure you're layered up because the winds are also gusting out there. Let's pull that up real quick. There you go. You can see in Tallahassee, we've got gusts up over to 19, 20 miles an hour. Perry's at 27. Apalachicola, 25 out of the north. That's really going to up the wind chill. That's what's helping to force that cold air down. So you'll want extra layers, gloves, and a hat of some kind. Protect your ears, your cheeks, your mouth, etc. Yeah, just remember, don't pack them on to where you can't put your arms down a la the Christmas Story, but you definitely want layers. Tank top, t-shirt, long sleeve like this, maybe a thin sweater just to keep layers between you and the wind outside, because that's really what makes you feel cold. And then just a really sturdy coat. Let me make sure I'm tracking where Orange Park is. Orange Park could see a bit of the snowfall. It's going to try. It's going to try. You're going to be right along that transitional point. Some models say no. Some models say yes. So you'll probably get some wintry impacts as we go overnight tonight. Not too sure how much is going to stick. A lot is going to be determined by if this system starts to jog towards the north or if it stays on its more easterly trajectory. Wear a mask. Wear a scarf. Kenny, I don't blame you. Definitely a very rare event for sure. This is probably the only time this year it's going to happen, too. If it happens again, then that's just like the whole lightning striking twice. But all right, everybody, I will be right back. I'm going to try to adjust the time so I come back a little bit sooner this time around. Let me see here. And then from there, we're really going to crank in or dial up the forecasting aspect of this. So definitely stick with us. And I'll see you back here in a moment. Haley, you would wrap it, instead of wrapping it around your neck, you would just kind of layer it up here, do it the exact same way. Or just wear a lot of chapstick, if that's what you want to do. I mean, it's not blistering cold out there, but this wind chill will be kind of fierce. I was going to recommend that. Yeah, leggings and pants if you can. But all right, everybody, stick with us. Don't go anywhere. Let me go ahead and pull up the camera shot for everyone. Let's see, which one do I want to leave you with? There we go. Going to take a shorter break. Definitely going to get some coffee this time. And then I'll be right back so we can dial in the remainder of what we expect as we go over the next 12 to 24 hours and this system transitions through us in the southeast and up the east coast. So stay safe up there, stick with us, and I will see you all very soon. And I am going to mute myself this time in case I start shooting things for social media. All right, and we're back. We're definitely so back. Let's get back over to the radar. Thanks for sticking around. Kenny Carter over on Just Weather. We could get a foot total here in Pensacola. It's going to be close. It's definitely going to be close. Let's get us back over to the radar, see what's going on out there. New Orleans is clearing out. I just touched base with a few folks out there. They're seeing it fully clear. Tallahassee is now well engulfed. If you look, all of the greater Tallahassee area is finally into the deep snow. We have fully transitioned. Modest Lady K over on News 6. Yep, just zoomed in on your area here in Tallahassee. You can see that we are now fully immersed into that snow band. Oh, and here we go. If you're down by the coast, Apalachicola, you're right on the cusp. Port St. Joe getting into that transitional point. Same with Panama City, Lynn Haven. Let's take a nice zoomed out perspective. You can see Macon, Georgia, Savannah, Georgia should be starting to finally feel those effects as well. Hilton Head Island, Statesboro, Warner Robins. I had a few folks over on TikTok tuning in from Warner Robins. Tallahassee, you'll probably see just about the same amount or the same extent that we just had in Pensacola, since you're in the greatest area of snowfall. Right in through here, there's your heaviest stuff. As this continues to move off towards the east and slowly begin to tug towards the northeast, you're going to stay in that snow zone. So you could get upwards of 8 inches if this holds true, if this holds steady. And it should pick up a little bit of intensity as we go overnight as well, I would think. And that's kind of exactly how this is going to continue to transition. As we see here, there's your rain-snow line, more or less. This is going to track off in this general direction like so as we go through time. Storm system itself is moving gently at about, I'd say, 70, 80 degrees if you were to look at this on a compass. So all the snowfall that's occurring through the Carolinas, through Georgia, the panhandle of Florida, that's going to continue to do what's called train overhead. That's why we've had snowfall pretty much ongoing in New Orleans, Baton Rouge all day. I believe it commenced anywhere around 8 or 9 o'clock this morning. I know I was at the NRC when a buddy of mine reached out and touched base saying that they had just started to see snowfall beginning to crank up. Let's see, checking messages to see if anyone else has mentioned anything. Doesn't look like it, no. I think we're now into the main event, so to speak. Seems like the chats have calmed down as well. Not seeing too many people mentioning anything. Nothing over on the News 6 Plus. All right, with that being said, let's go ahead and take you through time before we wrap up. Sun is going down now, so we're going to lose all visibility. You can still get out there and enjoy, but we're going to lose visibility. In fact, let me double check my cameras just a second ago. Yeah, here you can see we have lost all the sun now out of source 1. This is going to be on our East Coast, Florida East Coast. I think these weather stem cameras need to be updated. Stick with me while I go and try to update them real quick. There we go. Sun is starting to go down now. Much better. That's a more live representation. You can see Pensacola. We are definitely blowing around out there. Camera's really shaking. It's hard to make out, but the trees, the palms out there are really blowing too. You can definitely see those gusty winds, 25, 30 miles an hour, gusting higher than that on occasion, thanks to the pressure gradient around this system. I'm going to take you full screen so we can go hour by hour now. Let's pull up one of our higher res models, though. All right, here we go. Going to use our high resolution rapid refresh. Ignore the windshield. I got to change the banner real quick. Here we go. All right, so we're just going to look at the overall perspective here using our high resolution rapid refresh. It looks like it might be handling just a hair better than the Baron model. Let's take a look real quick. Let's do some model comparison. I'm going to change this. Let's go to our Baron 3 kilometer. Yeah, looks like the 3 kilometer Baron model, the high resolution model we use in-house, is definitely going a little bit more crazy with the freezing rain. Do a sanity check. Look at this. I mean, it's doing okay. I guess you could say it's doing okay. We have a very thin band of freezing precip starting to show itself. Sleet mixed precip right in through there, starting in Charleston, right along the immediate coastline, going through Savannah now, it looks like. Savannah is definitely into it. If I have anybody watching from Savannah, that's for sure. And then we're deep into it now through Tallahassee, approaching Apalachicola. So I guess we could technically get away with just about either model. This is definitely a little overcooked. But our latest Baron model does think we're going to have a big-time sleet event for North Florida. Take this off. There we go. So Lake City, Perry, Mayo, Cross City, Jasper, Callahan, St. Mary's, Jacksonville, Lakeside, Gainesville even, looking at icy conditions per the Baron model. Now let's switch back over to our HRRR. Now the HRRR is a bit more frugal with that ice line. Definitely wants to bring the snowfall in and then ramp up the icing for Gainesville, Archer, Williston, and Ocala, Marion County. St. Augustine, Hastings, Palm Coast could get a little bit of that mix, and then Jacksonville actually getting into the snowfall. Not much snowfall. I'm thinking 1 to 2 inches at best, probably. Being as far south as you are, away from all that heavier snowfall as this system starts to crank back towards the northeast. And this is overnight. Once again, if you look, the timing is on point. By 10 to 11 o'clock, things are going to start to settle in for the northern Florida Peninsula, and then by midnight is game time. That's when everything is really going to start to come down. We start to get more of that irradiated cooling, or that radiational cooling, which is basically the heat of the sun is going to finally start to lift up off the ground, despite the clouds keeping some of that insulated. Regardless, it's so cold out there that the clouds aren't going to make as much of a difference. And then by the time we get to around sunrise, and obviously as the sun comes up and the clouds clear out, that's going to change everything, and then we are all done by Wednesday morning. In fact, this is looking pretty good. I kind of like this, personally. This looks like by the time we start the day tomorrow, we should all be improving, and we could take full advantage, which is good news. I like this. We can go to bed tonight, watch the snowfall, let it pile up as much as it can, given that, you know, we're in Florida still in the southeast. It's not going to be anything feet of snow like you would typically see in the Midwest or the Great Lakes or the Northeast. But regardless, give it time to do its thing overnight. And then tomorrow morning, if this model verifies 8 o'clock, as the sun's coming up, especially for those of you up north who aren't going to be going into work, you can take full advantage of that. Snow should not be done in Tallahassee. This is a model we're looking at. It's a model. Snow just barely got started in Tallahassee. Here you go. You have a long stretch ahead. It's probably going to be snowing until about 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. Let's go back to this, and I want to change this over to our Baron model. See if they're both corroborating the same thing. By about 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, will things be clearing up for a large majority of us in the southeast? So, yep, Baron model's still on point. Midnight when things really settle in for the northern Florida Peninsula. And then by 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah, So both the Barron and the Rapid Refresh model are on the ball, thinking that a lot of us are going to be clearing out by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, which I think is perfect. Let the sun go down. Let's cool off a little bit more, get some more of that cold air in there. I don't think so. There shouldn't be only parts of Tallahassee getting it. That'd be bizarre if they're not seeing anything, unless the radar's lying to us, because Tallahassee is buried in that stuff now. You can see the Tallahassee city limits here are right here, and they're all into it fully. Unless she's like extreme eastern city limits of Tallahassee, there's like one spot right there that's a dead zone. That's like a, how goes it, a happy-go-lucky little spot of no snow, unless maybe she's like inside here between 4 Points and Andrew, right in this general area. And that is a tiny little hole. That is like a donut hole. Otherwise, we have a blanket of snow coverage coming through. So perhaps maybe there are tiny pockets of openings for this snow to not be falling. But if you look at the camera to the lower left there in Pensacola, we still have the snow really coming down. I want to see which camera this is that we have up here. Doesn't say. There's some really good snow coming down on one of these cameras. Some pretty big snowflakes still coming down in Pensacola, Milton. Jacksonville, like I had just gotten through saying, they could see snow. We're at a mix there. We're at a bit of an impasse. I think Jacksonville could possibly be on the cusp of seeing some bona fide snowfall. Maybe an inch or two, depending on how far to the east this whole area can swing. We'll have to see, because by the time the low pressure starts to approach the Big Bend area and this quadrant of the upper Florida Peninsula, that's when it's going to start to turn. It's going to start doing this. And as these systems turn, it takes the snow with it. You can see all the snow on the north side is going to start to move up. So you're still going to be in the colder temps, and you can probably get some mixing with the different varieties of rainfall, ice, sleet, pellets, etc. as this comes through. But that's pretty much your transitional point. The model's either saying yes or it's saying no. But you will likely see some wintry impacts. I believe it. Pensacola looks a mess right now. Some pretty good snowfall out there still. It's almost done, though. Should be done with about an hour, about another hour, maybe just under an hour now, since we'd said about an hour earlier. And that was approximately 30 minutes ago. So that's honestly about it. That's all I've got for you guys. Now as the sun sets, we just have to ride this thing out. Won't be able to see too much on the cameras anymore. We're losing the sunlight almost entirely. You can see the night sky really settling in. Hopefully we don't lose too much power up there. In fact, let's take a look. Let's see. What do we have? Yeah, so we have seen some more power outages. It looks like power was restored randomly in Central Florida. I don't know where that came from. But now we have a few more customers up here as the snow continues to move through Panama City, now seeing some power outages. We have 200 customers near the Panama City area without power. 100 here, 800 there. Pensacola, we're getting into the quadruple digits, the 4-digit numbers. So that snowfall is definitely doing its thing. That means it's piling up and areas are getting icy and they're getting heavy. Hopefully these don't continue to translate too much further off towards the east, but we might see a bit of a trickling over effect. Let me get rid of that. And then on the plus side, if you're tired of this wintry weather, it looks like everything should be good to go by the time we start our day tomorrow. 7, 8 o'clock, conditions will be continuing to clear. If you are watching from southeast Florida, things will slowly improve by about 8 o'clock. And then by 8, between 9 and 10, at 8 will the improvements start to settle in. And then 9, 10 o'clock, you'll be all clear and we will be done with this prolific system that we've never seen before. At least a lot of us haven't. I haven't seen a system like this before. I'm going to be 31 years old, and I've never seen something like this. Obviously, between younger ages, we've had random bouts of snowfall up there, but nothing like this. This is an impressive system out there in the Gulf of Mexico. Look at that. Near the center, we've got 54, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Look at that. It's like a mid-grade tropical storm out there, right on the leading edge of that system. Very impressive. This thing is definitely doing its thing. And what's wild to imagine is as this continues to transition as well, we're not talking snow anymore, we're talking winds. So this heavier band of winds is going to move on in like this. So that could possibly fuel some power outages as well. Mix that with some heavier snow amounts. Those are some really good winds out there, though. Wow. Now I can see why the hurricane hunters went out in there. 64 miles an hour seems to be the peak wind. So mid to high-end tropical storm. We have some strong winds coming through Central Florida now, too. If you look at that, 30 miles an hour in the Orlando metro area. Right around the attractions. Let's go back over there real quick. You can see Horseshoe Beach at 31, Cedar Key at 34, Apalachicola getting right around the 30-mile-an-hour mark. Looks like Daytona Beach area is getting in on some of the action too, 34. Jacksonville kind of doing its thing, 21. These are gusts, by the way. These are gusts. Orlando here, we're sitting at about 30 miles an hour. Down by home base, 20 miles an hour. Really good onshore flow still occurring for southern Brevard and South Florida. Probably why they're so warm out there. Yeah, you can see all that steady onshore flow. See how the area is enhanced by the Gulf Stream? Because if you think about it, the Gulf Stream runs right up like this. You couple that with a wind direction that comes in right off the coast, and that's why our temperatures down there are so warm. That's what I'm thinking the models are highlighting, why it is that the snowfall slowly but surely tapers off as we move up the east coast, up the southeast coast, I would say. Yep. I agree fully with Kenny Carter, and I think that's how we're going to get ready to close out this live stream. We have the time frame wherever it is that you reside. Tonight's the night. Between now, conditions are only going to continue to go downhill the further east you go. By midnight, northern Florida, the bulk of southeast Georgia, and into the Carolinas are going to start to see the snowfall. And then by about 5 to 6, as you go west to east is when conditions are going to start to improve. And then if the models are verifying okay, by sunrise, you should have the all clear to venture outside. Make sure you are layered up. It is going to be windy still, and it is going to be very, very cold. Very cold. Let's take a quick glance at our forecasted lows for tomorrow morning. Let's see. Why does it keep doing that? I hate it when this thing jumps around. No, I don't want state. I want lows. I just had it. Regional forecast. No, stop doing that. There. Are we good? Did we get it? There we go. We got it. So these are going to be your forecasted low temperatures. Or no, I should say this is where we are now. Come on, give me the right one. There we go. Geez, for some reason, this system has developed a finicky trend to where you click on a piece of the clip or the graphic that you're trying to load, and it kind of stumbles and reloads a different product. So as you can see, as we start the day tomorrow, it is going to be very chilly outside. Jacksonville below freezing, which is why I do think you have a chance at snow. Pensacola at 18 degrees. Myrtle Beach down to 24 degrees. Charlotte, North Carolina at 17. Atlanta, Georgia at 15. Nashville sitting beautifully at a whopping 6 degrees. So it is going to be very chilly. So even if the snow has come to an end, you definitely don't want to take this lightly. Definitely want to make sure that you are bundled up and ready to step outside as comfortable as can be. Because this is also how you get sick. Temperatures are going to be tumbling after the heavy rain event that we just had a couple days back, Sunday. Then we warmed up just a smidge before we cooled back down, and now we're cooling down even further as we go through tomorrow and Thursday. So if you haven't already, start that supplementation of your zinc, vitamin C, vitamin D, vitamin K, all your essential vitamins and minerals. Keep your immune system strong. I make sure to start my day with a multivitamin, and I end my day with a nice big dose of a green smoothie, a green machine smoothie. Make sure I have all the vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants for my system, as well as getting a decent sweat in at the gym. Definitely encourage you all get out and about. Not saying you got to go to the gym and buy all these supplements, but just keep moving, keep limber, keep warm internally. And then, yeah, tomorrow we're going to see what happens. And when we wake up 12 hours from now, Viper 1 space flight, yes. Big one. Big one. I'll go ahead and pull that comment up. The sleep. The sleep is integral. That's pretty much the only time I truly get sick, I'll be honest with you all. If I'm sleeping okay, hydrating, and, keeping my nutrition in check, I can go long periods without catching a cold, catching a bug. But the moment I try to do the same thing I do on a day-to-day, on 2, 3, 4 hours of low-quality sleep, bam, my body immediately wants to kick my butt and say, stop it. Happens like clockwork. And you could feel it too. For folks out there who are familiar with what I mean, you'll notice it too. You'll try to go about your day, rock and roll on low sleep, low water, low nutrition, and then you'll notice immediately, whoa, wait a minute. I can feel it. My body's about to just close up on me. Close up shop. Sleep is physiologically our physiological best medicine, in my opinion. Even when I'm sick, if I can just hibernate for a solid 12 hours, I'll wake up feeling so much better without even taking medicine. But alrighty, everybody, we're going to go ahead and start to close out the live. I am not Jonathan Kegges. He is on screen right now. Oh, you're very welcome. Definitely recommend bringing the plants in. Thank you all so much over there for being such a wonderful audience, both on News 6, News 6 Plus, and our Just Weather YouTube channel. Not really... Breathed in weird there. Wow. I've been talking a lot all day today. Looking long range, looking way ahead, I'm not really seeing a big signal for any major winter storms from this point on. I think we've gotten our action, and this is it for a little while. I don't really think even the GFS 18Z, the happy hour run, is thinking that we're going to have anything big on the immediate horizon. Yeah, no, not at all. The next time we see snowfall anywhere on the map is for the Great Lakes, and that is not until the last couple of days of January before my birthday. And then finally, the GFS cranks something out of the Gulf of Mexico by the 2nd of February. So I don't trust that as far as I can throw it. That's definitely going to change. Viper 1 Spacelight, I render a salute back to you, even though I'm not in uniform right now. Oh, Kenny Carter, you're very welcome. I wish I could keep going, but I've been at it since 4 o'clock. I've been doing like triple positions today. And on top of that, because we're losing the sunshine, I'm not going to just keep trying to stare at things in the dark and tell you all what we already know. We're kind of in the thick of it now. Waist deep, as they say. So hope to see you all again soon. Jonathan and I are going to continue to rock out the digital content, that is for sure. And again, once we finally start to see a signal for maybe something on the horizon, we'll go ahead and meet again and start doing these live discussions. But until then, be on the lookout for more long-form content. I will start to stream over on News 6. I will also start to stream over on News 6 social media platforms, Instagram, TikTok, you name it. Got to take advantage of the talk while it's still around. Lord willing, we don't have another scare like we did over the weekend. And yes, as Viper 1 Spaceflight just said, I'll pull up the comment, and this will be the way we conclude it. Stay warm, stay safe, and drive safer if you are out and about. Not tonight. If you are driving in these conditions, then I don't know what you're trying to manifest for yourself, but I do not recommend it. I have done several bouts of storm chasing, and I've driven around in some pretty bad weather, but I would not dork around in the snow, and I would not dork around in the snow in the middle of the dark. So just a word of caution for everybody out there, especially us Floridians. Let's be real here. Floridians in general struggle to drive. Let's not add a totally foreign weather phenomena to the equation, okay? And I say that as lighthearted as possible. You know, I'm just trying to make some laughs here. Twilight Firefly 100, I did see you hop on the stream. It's great to see you. If you want to watch this live stream in reverse and catch up on things, even though now we are in the heart of what's going on out there. The Carolinas should be also getting some snow too here, most definitely. And we'll see you all again soon. I'll be back at the helm on News 6 tomorrow in the morning, and we'll talk weather again for our morning weather update together and see exactly what we have going on out there. Take another glance at the cameras and see if we can see any of the snow sticking. I'm going to touch base with a few of my friends out there in Louisiana, see how they're doing, and then I got to make sure that we all here at News 6 drive home safely tonight since it's still pouring rain outside. I saw it earlier as I was walking back in from the break room. Still windy and very rainy, so a lot of action still for the rest of the night tonight. Hopefully a crystal clear but chilly start to tomorrow. And with that being said, folks, I'm going to go ahead and close out the live stream. You've been a spectacular audience. Please consider clicking that subscribe button, liking, and sharing this information, even though a lot of it will be null and void by the time we wake up tomorrow. But regardless, this has been a historic event. I'm glad I got to hop on here for the 2.5 hours that I did. I didn't realize it's already been 2.5 hours. Wow, we got started around 4:30, and now it's going to be 7 o'clock. Incredible how fast time flies, but you guys have always been a spectacular audience. Share this info, like, comment, subscribe. Let us know where you're tuning in from, and we will talk to you again very soon. You can guarantee it. But until then, this is the Digital Weather Center signing out.